30 seconds. Good afternoon. My name is Trayon White. I'm the council member. Are we started yet? There we go.
Yes, we're live.
Good afternoon. My name is Trayon White. I'm the council member of Ward 8. I also chair the Committee on Recreation, Library, Youth Affairs. Today is Wednesday, July the 10th, 2024. We are meeting remotely using the Zoom platform. The time is now 12:04 p.m. I'm calling to order this public roundtable on the Department of Parks and Recs and regarding community engagement with the agency. Over the past couple of months, we've seen some seeing and hearing community engagement issues between DPR and the community. And it's our job that we create government that works for the people, by the people. In some respects, it does happen. Sometimes it doesn't. And that's with any agency. It is our duty today to listen to the community, hear what some of those concerns are, both internally in the agency and also externally in the community, because we all have to coexist. Overall, there has been some concerns about different projects coming up. I want to thank DPR staff. Last night they did the ward by ward in Ward 8 about different projects. And this happening not just in Ward 8, but throughout the city. About projects, the process of the projects, the relationship with DDS, what's happening, what's not happening, timelines, and also design build, what the community want to see happen inside the rec. There has been several occurrences where several community members, including 8 advisory neighborhood commissions, have expressed that they reached out to DPR, but to no avail. They said we're going to have a meeting, the meeting didn't happen, or drastic changes happening in the community without the community being involved or engaged. And so if everyone can mute their computer who's not speaking at the moment. Thank you. And so today's opportunity for a roundtable with the Department of Parks and Recs, with community and the director of DPR today to hear and see how we can make this community work better to better serve the residents of the District of Columbia. I see we also joined by Dante, if you could turn your screen off, that'd be helpful. Ward 4 Council Member Janice Lewis George. Do you have any opening remarks?
Yes, thank you so much, Councilmember and Chair of this committee, for hosting this. I do think it's actually necessary for us to have this opportunity to engage with our community members. Over the last couple of months, our office has gotten increased requests from community members concerning various issues regarding sort of either the communication they've had with DPR or the lack of communication that has occurred. And so this is an opportunity for us to hear from community members about some of those issues that we're hearing across the board. Obviously, DPR runs, we are the best park system in the country. And so with a robust service system, there are going to be some issues. So I think this is an opportunity for us to redirect and correct some of the issues that we are hearing about in Ward 4, particularly pool staffing, pool maintenance, Roosevelt pool being lacking pool maintenance and having issues with pool staffing, and then miscommunications about why the pool is closed. The same going for Tacoma Pool, the same going for late openings of pools like Upshur Pool. And we've heard, we hear back and forth sort of. The pool staff said it was staffing issues. The community heard that. Then DPR saying not so. So we just want to get to the bottom of some of those things. We have a number of parks like Fort Stevens parks where we deal with issues of the park not being the field not being open when it should be open. We've had a number of issues like Crestwood Park, Triangle Park, which we fought really hard to bring to the community, but not getting the maintenance of the plants that are at the maintenance on the maintenance level for that park. We've had HVAC issues at Emory Heights Community Center. Um, and it's really just, it's not just, we're going to have issues because we're a big system, but it's how do we respond to those issues? How do we respond to our community members? And are we all on the same page of what the reasoning these things are happening? We've also heard some concerning issues regarding sort of morale within the agency and some issues that happen, interstaff issues. And unfortunately, we've heard from some of our summer youth employment students who are not having the best experience. And we want our youth to understand not only the summer opportunities, time for them to learn what it is to work in a professional workspace, but for that to be exhibited by the adults who are working with them as to what a professional workspace looks like, is like, and how well taken they care of. So I'm looking forward to this conversation and these opportunities. We've had it, across Ward 4, every recreation center, I'm on the ground most of the time. And I just want to look at this as opportunity to redirect, and for community members to feel like if they send an email, if they make a phone call, they're going to get an adequate response. And that when our community members and our staff work, that they feel respected and they are in an environment where we all can thrive as a city. So again, thank you so much. Councilmember Trayon White, for this opportunity. I'm looking for this to be sort of a turnaround and a step forward. Of course, I appreciate DPR and all the amazing work they do. But this is an opportunity for us to improve that and make our community engagement the best it can be. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate you. There are several people join with my name. If we can change your name to public witnesses, they will be promoted to the audience. Know that if you are speaking on your own behalf, you will get 3 minutes. If you're speaking as an ANC or as official bona fide organization, you will get 5 minutes. We have a pretty lengthy witness list today, so we'll move around and get through this today. We're gonna start with Commissioner Joyce Robinson Paul from Commission 5E01, Kathy Henderson, Commission 5D06, Stephanie Campfield, the Executive Director for CHCTDC, Shannon Taylor, CHCTDC, Small Business Director. We're going to kind of push through. So we're going to add Keisha Odom, President of DC Blue Bulls. Joe Houston, President, owner, We Fit DC. Okay. Is Commissioner Robinson Paul here? Not seeing her. We're going to keep going. see we're still letting people in, so you got to let me know who's in, who's not, because I can't see it. I don't see Commissioner Henderson. So keep going along. Stephanie Campbell. She's here.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Hello, can you guys see me? All right. Hello, my name is Stephanie Campbell. I serve as the Executive Director for the Congress Heights Community Training and Development Corporation. I would like to come on here today to commend DPR under the leadership of Thenie Freeman on their excellent work that they're doing in the city. As the previous commissioner stated, we are the number one parks department, and that is no small feat. However, DPR continues to be proactive and responsive to the community's needs. Every time our community reaches out, specifically my organization and Ward 8 residents that work closely with us, DPR answers the call. I want to thank them for their partnership in Ward 8, especially for our organization, serving us through the Rec for All grants and enabling us to serve over 100 youth with their assistance. Additionally, I've noticed the increase in attendance at Late Night Hype and Late Night Drip. I've noticed the launch at movie nights, also the launch at Play in the Park that's starting to happen on Thursdays in Oxaron Park in Ward 8. And the community is very appreciative of that. And so I thank Director Freeman for her leadership. And I also want to take the time to thank a couple of staff at DPR who always answer the call. I want to thank Seth Shapiro in Permits, Keith Watkins, Monet Kingman, all in the Permits Department who always answers the call and always responds when the community is in need. Also, Greg Clark of our local rec here at Furby Hope, always answering the call and always make sure that our youth have a safe place at Furby Hope Rec. Marcus Coates, and last but not least, Director Thenie Freeman. Thank you guys so much. And I've said it before that it is no easy charge when leading an organization of this magnitude. And there's no easy charge of leading the Department of Parks and Recreation Center. And Thenie and her staff do it gracefully. And so I thank you guys for always answering the call. It takes a village to raise a child, and it's going to take a village to build this community. And we are here, and I want to thank DPR for being a part of the community. I would also like to end by saying that every time we submit any concerns to DPR, the director and her staff always responds with, "First, I hear you." And I want to let her know that I appreciate that. They not only hear us, but they respond, they're compassionate, they're thoughtful, and they implement programming that is very impactful. So thank you for hearing us, and I want to let you know that we see you. Thank you for your time, Councilmember White.
Thank you. Shannon Taylor.
Good afternoon. Are you able to hear me?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Councilmember White. My name is Shannon Taylor, and I serve as the Small Business Director with the Congress Heights Community and Training Development Corporation, and I am also a Ward 7 resident. I am delivering this testimony to express my wholehearted support and appreciation for DPR, specifically under the leadership of Director Thenie Freeman and the incredible work of her team that they do in the community. CHCT-DC is a DPR Rec for All grantee, which has supported us in launching our Kid Fit DC program, which has served over 100 youth. The tireless efforts of Director Freeman and her team in creating and maintaining programs for youth and senior citizens have held a profoundly positive impact on the well-being, safety, and cohesion of our community. For our youth, the DPR offers a safe and nurturing environment where children and teenagers can engage in various recreational and educational activities. From after-school programs to summer camps, these initiatives provide vital opportunities for young people to develop new skills, make friends, and stay active, to also be services that I have utilized as a parent of two young individuals here in Washington, D.C. The mentorship and guidance provided by the department staff have been instrumental in fostering a sense of responsibility, teamwork, and self-confidence among our youth. These programs not only keep our children engaged, but also steer them away from negative influences, contributing to a brighter future for them and the community as a whole. Late Night Hype programming in partnership with MPD, Play in the Park programming in partnership with Roving Leaders, and movie nights are just a few of the programs curated under the leadership of Director Freeman. Every activity and program is developed to engage the community and impact partners alike. Equally commendable is the department's dedication to our senior citizens. Through a range of activities from fitness classes to social gatherings, DPR ensures that our older residents remain active, connected, and engaged. These programs are essential in combating isolation and promoting mental and physical health among seniors. The department's commitment to inclusivity and accessibility means that all seniors, regardless of their mobility or health status, can participate and benefit. The joy and camaraderie fostered in these programs are evident and deeply appreciated by all who partake. In conclusion, the Department of Parks and Recreation plays an indispensable role in enhancing the quality of life in our community. Their programs for youth and senior citizens are not just activities. They are lifelines that create stronger, healthier, and more connected communities. I am profoundly grateful for their dedication and impact, not only as a resident, but to the citizens in Ward 8 that I serve here at CHCTDC. And I wholeheartedly support the continued efforts and initiatives under the leadership of Director Thenie Freeman. Thank you so much for your time today, Councilmember White.
Thank you. Keisha Odom. See Ms. Odom here. All right, we're gonna come back to you, Ms. Odom. There she is. Ms. Odom, are you ready? We're gonna come back to you, Ms. Odom. We can go to Joe Houston, We Fit DC.
Councilmember White. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Joe Houston Jr. I'm a proud Washingtonian and business owner of We Fit DC. I'm thrilled to have the opportunity to speak about the invaluable community engagement efforts of Department of Recreations. As a proud member of this community, I have personally experienced the positive impact that DPR has had on my business. Last year, we received the funding to supply my gym equipment through the Rec for All grant. This took a huge load off my back, trying to buy equipment before the grant opened. DPR has provided us with invaluable resources and opportunities for leisure, fitness, and social engagement. I also wanted to highlight DPR for funding our We Fit Summer Youth Camp last year. We were able to serve 20 young teenagers from Ward 7 and 8 and teach them about the benefits of being fit, eating healthy, and overall well-being. Without the capital from DPR, this would have been tough to pull off. We are excited to be partnering for a second term this year. This commitment to serving all residents, regardless of their circumstances, is a testament to the department's mission of promoting equity and social cohesion. I've personally seen the positive impacts of DPR community engagement efforts in our community. The relationship that have been built off memories that have been made and the sense of pride and unity that has been cultivated are all thanks to the dedication and hard work of DPR and their staff. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly support the DPR community engagement initiatives and commend them for their tireless efforts to strengthen our community. I urge everyone to take advantage of their wonderful programs and resources offered by DPR and continue to support their important work in building a more connected and vibrant community for us all. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Odom, are you still here? I think she's trying to log out and log back in. While she's doing that, I want to jump to Ms. Campbell. Ms. Campbell, are you still here? Yep.
Hey, Councilmember White, yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, and I guess it's gonna be for you. How long have you worked with in partnership with DPR?
Well, as a resident my entire life, I've benefited from the programs as a young child, but from the organization CHCTDC, it's been roughly probably about 5 months.
5 months, okay. And what I heard you say, Kids for DC is one of the programs. What's the partnership and how much you all receive from the organization to do this program? And are there any other programming?
Yes, I'll allow my small business director, Ms. Taylor, speak to that. She spoke about the Kid Fit DC programming that was sponsored by DPR from Rec for All grants. Yes.
All right, Ms. Taylor.
Yes. I just want to make sure I'm answering the correct question. You asked how much it was, correct?
Yeah, one of the things you spoke to was that we excited about is the Rec for All grant that some people got, some people didn't. Just trying to see what work is being done in the community and what's that partnership look like since you had the grant. How much is the grant and what all you do with the grant for, I guess, the Kid for DC program that you all doing?
Yes. So the grant was $100,000. And we have utilized that to, like I said, support our kids Fit for You program, which we are doing in collaboration over at Sycamore and Oak as a primary location within some of the other at some of the other recs, but also in partnership specifically with Mr. Joe Houston Jr. with We Fit DC, offering an assortment of different fitness classes from yoga to boxing to HIIT Fit. Really just encouraging our youth to get active, but more or less also centering around positive body image as well as, what it takes to be physically fit internally and externally. And so we've had over 100 youth come out for those different iterations of programmings on Saturday mornings. We do Saturday morning yoga. And so we do that. And that is just some of the different activities that we have been able to activate our youth, specifically around getting healthy here in the city.
Okay, so it's essentially the same program that Mr. Houston spoke to as well.
Correct. That is correct, council member.
Okay, and this is so can you give me the name of the program? Is it Kid for You or is it what's the name of the actual program?
The We Fit DC is the name of Mr. Houston's gym,
Right.
but our program is called Kid Fit DC.
Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned, Ms. Taylor, about the late night hypes. Have you been to any late night hypes? And if so, which ones?
That was Stephanie that mentioned that. I think she can unmute and tell you specifically her experience.
Well, you mentioned in your testimony.
I mentioned it as one of the programs that are available. I have not physically attended myself.
Okay. Ms. Stephanie?
Yes. Hi, Councilmember White. Yes, I have attended Late Night Hype. I'm also a Ward 8 resident, and I do attend the ones in Oxenrun Park. I mentioned the Play in the Park. I was excited to see that announced, and I will be attending that this Thursday with my son. I also mentioned Furby Hope Rec and
Thank you.
Clark.
Real quick, because I'm on a time frame.
Okay.
You mentioned Late Night Hype, and that's been one of the excellent programs that DPR has implemented to get youth off the streets into the rec, engaged, especially on Friday nights. What is your take on that? Which ones have you attended, and what's your take, and how do you think that benefit our youth and young adults in the community?
Sure. I've attended the one at Berry Farms, and I've also attended the one at Oxenrun Park and at the pool for late night drip as well. I think it's really, really beneficial. As I've stated, I've seen the attendance increase from last year to this year. Literally, I couldn't even turn up the street by Baloo to go to my house because the parking was flooded. Everyone was at Late Night Hype. Everyone is talking about it. And usually the young adults that hang in front of my house or that even hang on the corner, I've seen them go to Late Night Hype. And so I think it's beneficial. And I think it is imperative for us to keep doing those programming because it is getting them into something productive and fun and a safe space versus them just hanging out on the corner or hanging out on the side streets.
Thank you. Mr. Houston, you still here?
Yes.
How do you come to learn about the funding available for DPR, and how is it working for you and your organization?
Yes, council member. So, last year when they started the Rec for All grant, I applied, for the equipment grant, and, I won that grant as well. So, it definitely came on time. So I just really appreciate, DPR selecting me. One, I'm out here doing the work in Ward 8 specifically to allow me to receive that grant. And, furthermore, with the collaboration, working with different partners in regards to the Rec for All grant to programming for our young boys and girls in Ward 8. So everything has been working smoothly in regards to like the programming element, council member.
Thank you. And I know it was mentioned that you all work in Congress in partnership with with Congress Heights. How do you recruit young people to get engaged and involved into the fitness aspect? I know I've followed you on social media. I see a lot of work you're doing with adults. How do you get youth and young adults engaged in fitness?
Right. So formerly I was a coach at Marshall Heights, a coach like you in football. So I have recruitment around a lot of youngins, and they mess with me. They always come up here. I could be sitting in the gym sometimes, and they just want to come up here and hang in the gym and play around. So it's an opportunity. One, this is a safe place, and also using social media. You know, getting them all in social media groups and like, hey, I got this program going on. Tell your parents. You know, we're gonna go on trips. We're gonna do a lot of physical activity. So just using social media, word of mouth, and also the news and stuff like that, putting out that I'm working with youth. And parents came up here with their kids about being inside the program, involved with the program.
Thank you. I appreciate your response to that. Ms. Odom, are you back?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm here.
All right.
I'm at work, so I'm having trouble with the video. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, how are you doing today, Mr. White?
Well, Lisa.
Okay, thank you for having me. I have some concerns. I just want to know, what do I have to do to advance my program? It seems like everything I implement to DPR, I'm overlooked. Like I've applied for grants, all 4 grants for 2 years straight. I haven't gotten an answer back besides one grant, which was this year, which was the programming grant. I applied for partnerships for 2 years straight. I haven't received anything but one email asking me to submit my insurances, and I did everything I was supposed to do. I've sent emails. I don't get any response. So what I'm asking, maybe it's something I've done wrong. I'm not sure, but I just want to know, what can I do to advance myself? Because I do serve over 200 kids in Ward 8 and Ward 7 in the communities, and my program is steady growing.
Thank you. I've visited some of the youth engagement things you were doing, I guess at Baloo. I'm not sure all of what you do, but I do see some of the things you're doing on social media. I see you had a youth engagement violence prevention program at some of the libraries as well. When you say you are overlooked, did what normally there is a response from DPR if you apply, and they are supposed to give you a scoring rubric, how you scored, why you didn't score high, why you didn't get the grant. Can you speak to what's the result of that?
I haven't, I've asked for that information, and I haven't received an email or a response.
Is there a point person you've been communicating with? Like 2 years.
I know I sent you an email last year, and you were the only one that responded on that. And it took them a while, like I say, like 2 months later, to even respond to the email that you sent out in reference to the grant. This year, I sent emails to LaShawn Basil. She haven't responded at all. I've called, and she will say I'll just have to look out for my emails, but I haven't received anything.
All right, and where are you operating at currently?
I'm over in Ward 8.
Where?
I'm currently on Bluefield. We're currently in Blue and using Blue facility conflict resolution classes. During the daytime from 11 to 3. From 6 to 8, we're over at Blue class in the field for sports facilities, Tuesday, Thursdays, and Fridays from 6 to 8.
Has DPR been responsible in your application process, become a partner? I heard you
No.
talk about grants, which is one thing. You say you didn't get any grant. Then you mentioned one grant you did get or didn't get.
Didn't get any grant, and they haven't responded to my partnership. I put these partnerships in for 2 years. They respond one time and asked me like 8 weeks ago for my insurances, and I sent those over, and I still haven't received a response after that. No one else contacted.
Okay, I got it. For clarity, you said they responded one time, but you didn't get one grant.
No, didn't receive it.
All right, thank you. I'm over my time. I'm not sure if Councilmember Lewis Joyce have any questions for this particular panel.
No, I don't have any questions for the panel, but thank you all for the work you're doing in the Ward 8 community.
Thank you. And I suggest you, Ms. Odom, if you can send me another email and CC the Director Freeman or Mr. Marcus Coates, we'll be sure to get you some answers today. No later than close of business tomorrow. That'll be helpful.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Next we have Curry Savage. Pave. Elizabeth Engel. Friends of Lafayette Pointer Park. Gina Reed, Presidents of Bring It to the Table. Absalom Jordan, Chairman of Friends of Auction Run. Okay, still looking for you, Miss Savage. While waiting for Miss Savage, we're going to go to you, Miss Engel. You go right ahead.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you all for hosting this roundtable. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak about this topic. So I'm with the Friends of Lafayette Park, one of the co-presidents. I've been involved with the Lafayette Pointer Park for over 10 plus years. Our organization is a fully volunteer organization dedicated to upkeep and maintenance on the grounds and, pretty much anything community related in the park we help out with. Our volunteers put in a lot of hours and work there in the park, keeping it up. We've been involved worked very closely with DPR over the years on a number of projects, from playground renovations to the rec center renovations, to stormwater runoff projects, a lot of different projects over the years, and had a great working relationship until about a year ago. Something has clearly changed very dramatically within DPR from my perspective, because we used to have a very collaborative relationship, a lot of communication. And if there were issues that needed to be addressed in the park, we were in touch with DPR, and, they were very responsive and very respectful. And it was a great relationship that way. About a year ago, there were conversations about a project to deal with some stormwater runoff in the park and some repair of the field. Lafayette Pointer Park shares the property with Lafayette Elementary School. So the elementary school field is sort of combined with the park. So it acts as one property for the community. So there was a project that DPR was in discussions with, and we were, part of initiating this by asking them to work on the stormwater issues and repairs to this grass field. And they invited us to a walkthrough with the ANC members and council member, and on one occasion, the mayor's office was there as well. And we went through the park and looked at all the areas that needed the repairs. What happened after is that DPR then no longer became responsive to our questions. The ANC even passed several resolutions seeking feedback. Councilmember Lewis George was a huge advocate, reaching out to them, asking for answers, asking for plans, asking for engagement. And DPR, DGS, and refused and have not engaged with the community. And that was last July was sort of the initiation of this project. In March of 2024, DPR and DGS and DCPS came to a meeting in the community and announced a plan that they had for this property. There'd been no conversation, no opportunity for feedback. And in fact, the representatives from the agency told us explicitly there was no time, there would be no opportunity for feedback. This was a set plan. And since then, they've continued to refuse to engage with us. No one will meet, no one will talk to the community. And it's just highly concerning to see, because after so many years of working closely with them and really having a great relationship, I'm not sure what's changed, but it seems like there's something very different going on. And, you know, we're disappointed by that and hope to figure out what the problem is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll come back in a second. I do see we're joined by Absalom Jordan. While we're waiting for you to come on, I'm waiting for you to speak, Ab. Let me elevate Robert Branham, Raven Jones, and Brian Howard. Mr. Yelder, if you can do that while Ab is doing that, we can go right into his testimony. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman White. My name is Absalom Jordan, and I'm representing the Friends of Oxen Run, a 501c3 organization today. FOR has a Friends Partnership Agreement with the Department of Parks and Recreation, and our mission is to preserve the green space of the park for current and future generations of Ward 8 residents. A few days ago, I had to call your office to get assistance for Ms. Tutt, who is the resident council president for Washington Highlands Dwellings. Arrangements had been made to have children from her property receive swimming lessons at Farabee Hope Recreation Center, and she was trying to follow up with the aquatics director. There were numerous attempts to reach the aquatic director, but to no avail. There was never a response or recall from those who are in Washington Highlands and others who had called to get a response. As chair of Friend, but I want to say that your office did assist us. I want to make that very clear. As chair of Friends of Oxen Run, I've made numerous attempts to reach the DPR director to discuss matters relating to the park, but she has not answered my phone calls, my text messages, or my emails. Could it be that the aquatics director at Farabee Hope Pool was taking cues from the director of DPR? Chairman White, as you know, and with your assistance, Friends of Oxen Run is planning a second annual Oxen Run Day. And this year we are doing this in collaboration with the Department of Energy and Environment. We are excited about the partnership because the mission and goals of Friends of Oxen Run are in alignment with those of DOEE. Director Jackson has made this endeavor an exciting one, and we are focused on environmental and energy sustainability. FOR is a park partner with DPR, and we want to know that DPR is with us in this as sponsoring and promoting the event, and that we are in alignment with the overall goals that DPR envisions for Oxen Run Park. I've yet to hear from the Director Freeman concerning the event, but maybe the absence of a response from Director Freeman is in fact an answer to my communications attempts. The residents of Ward 8 are most importantly those who are contiguous to the park are not getting the kind of support for the park that we are entitled to. There's legislation that created an Office of Racial Equality because the government acknowledges that Black communities have been denied their fair share of resources and programs in the past. I'm not aware that DPR has produced a plan which addresses the racial disparity in resources and allocation and programs that not only exist in the past, but continues until today. The first thing that I'm concerned about is the lack of support from DPR for protecting the fragile green space. For example, I've sent to the director and park rangers numerous pictures for several years now of cars that are parked on the grass around the Oxen Run swimming pool. Now, there are plenty of parking spaces available on Mississippi Avenue, contiguous to the pool, yet the staff of the pool park on the green grass by the pool. So other people who want to come to the pool or picnic near the pool park their cars on the grass because they see their cars parked there. They see that's the staff cars parked there. The staff at the pool could park on the street, and either security or staff at the pool can tell people not to park where parking is not permitted. But we have not yet helped with this problem. It does not appear that conservation of the park or environment is in the interest of DPR. It seems it focuses on recreation as opposed to conservation. Oxen Run is the largest park in the inventory of DPR, yet we are not on equal footing with other parks, say for instance, parks in predominantly white areas when it comes to resources. Years ago, we were told that we would be getting 2 restrooms in the park. One was to be located when the outdoor gym was to be built at Livingston Road and Atlantic Street, but that never happened. Money was allocated for both projects, but that money was reprogrammed and used in other areas, but not in Ward 8. $750,000 was allocated for Dog Park and Oxen Run Park. That would have provided water for dogs, but there's nothing proposed to bring water to people in the park. And I again want to note that Oxen Run Park is the largest park in the DPR inventory and located in the most disadvantaged ward of the city. We need to have access to the DPR director and work with her to develop a racial equity plan. Mr. Chairman, I want to add a note because I listened to some of the other previous.
Over your time, Mr. Jordan.
Okay, thank you.
That'd be helpful.
That was 5 minutes? Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll come back. Raymond Jones.
Hello, are you able to hear me well?
Yes.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank you all for having me. I also want to thank Janice Lewis-George, Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, for responding to my email, along with Dante Daniel and a few others. I just want to give a few concerns. I'm a Ward 4 resident. I graduated from Calvin Coolidge Senior High School in the year of 2020, and I soon will be graduating from Trinity Washington University. And I was hired by DPR this summer as a roving leader alongside Danielle Hunter, who has known me since I was 10 years old. I have a 1-year-old toddler, and I was terminated on June 25th because of an emergency. I did express that I was leaving, and I expressed that there was an emergency. Her response was, "Why didn't you tell me before? And if the hours aren't conducive for you, you don't have to have this job." I thought that was totally unprofessional. And it was totally uncalled for, because if the hours weren't conducive for me, I wouldn't have applied for the job in order to begin with. Along with that, prior to that, she expressed that I didn't have a college degree, and she also expressed that I didn't have any experience working with children, which wasn't true. And I asked her, "Were you able to view my resume?" Because all of that was very clear. And I soon recognized that I was getting paid $18 an hour when everyone else around me was getting paid $25 an hour. I had that conversation with her, and she expressed that it was because this is my first time working with DPR. I also want to make it very clear that it wasn't through summer employment. It wasn't an SYP. It was through DPR. So I was a little bit confused by that, because I thought that we were all going to be on the same page in that regard, and that wasn't the case. So I advocated for myself. And as I was advocating for myself all the way up until June 25th, and even after our email, which was very unpleasant and very unprofessional, I gave her my deep regard. Like, I'm not going to give up on myself. I'm not just here for the summer. I would love to have a full-time job here. Like, this is something that I want to do with my career, as though I will be graduating very soon, and I want to have my ducks in a row. And she expressed that HR would reach out to me, and HR has yet to reach out to me. I actually went up to DPR HR myself, once again, advocating for myself. And nothing has been done yet. I haven't even received a paycheck from them as well since then. So I hope that it can get better. I've been in DPR all of my life. My dad worked for DPR for over 15 years. So it's just very disappointing to see that someone who has known you for so long, that basically that this is the result, just for one small situation that could have been cleared from the very beginning.
Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Thank you.
Brian Howard.
I'm here, Councilmember White. So good afternoon, everyone. I more so wanted to chime in on the concern around the removal of an employee at Bald Eagle Recreation Center, Mr. Mark Williams. He's been at Bald Eagle for about 20 plus years and has made tremendous impacts in and around the Ward 8 community. Mark has facilitated numerous events, not only in Ward 8, but also Ward 7, to keep youth involved in positive activities and to keep them off the streets. He's done Shoot Hoops Not Bullets tournaments. He's done Mother's Day events, domestic violence events, just to name a few. He's even hosted college fairs, which are some of the first over there in that side of the city in Ward 8. There's actually been college tours where he's even driven with some of the funding from the community down to colleges as far as Alabama this year. And Mr. Mark Williams was also a finalist for the Morris and Gwendolyn Cafris Award, which is something that is a large feat, and it recognizes distinguished DC government employees who have made tremendous impacts in their community. So it's just shocking to me that Mr. Williams was removed abruptly from his position at the Bald Eagle Recreation Center, knowing all of the impacts that he's done. He's also been recognized as a community hero just recently as this year at the DC Defenders game at the Audi Field, where they recognize people have made tremendous impacts in their communities. So given all of his resume, at least that's just a portion of what I've known and been a part of, we need someone that cares about the community. We don't just need a body over there at Bald Eagle Recreation Center. We need somebody that actually relates to the people over there, somebody that grew up in the community over there and truly cares about the people over there. And I'm hoping there's some type of resolution to at least bring Mr. Mark Williams back, because he kind of reminds me of the rec manager that I had when I was over, when we used to go to Bald Eagle at Fort Greble. And they cared about us. You know, it was a safe place. And Mark is giving people a safe place. And we need somebody like that over there in our community. So I just wanted to bring that to the table today. Hopefully there'll be some type of resolution for this instance. But we, the people over in that area, definitely want to see Mr. Williams come back. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm gonna jump back up to you, Ms. Engel, if you can join us back here. Thank you. Historically, how long have you been working with DP in partnership with DPR?
Since 1999, the organization was founded then. I personally have been part of the organization for it's probably a little over 10 years.
Okay. And I know in your testimony, you mentioned that up to a year ago. What do you attribute to this shift in communication and cohesiveness you've had with DPR?
Honestly, I really don't know. It's been it's really confusing. It's so strange. They really put up a brick wall, and were even evasive. So
has there been any particular staff persons you've been communicating with? Did the person change? Because it has to, if you are working with someone for team, there's a relationship there. I understand there's some emails, there's some phone calls, some text messages or something.
Right. So, you know, we used to deal a lot with Brent Cisco, and he's wonderful. Although he's been out of the office more recently, you know, sort of when we've emailed, gotten the auto reply. So I'm not sure if, you know, that might, I don't know he may have personal things going on. But the other people, I guess we've been in touch with, gosh, sorry, I'm just blanking on the names of the people.
And you have to definitely give the names. I just want to try to get to the bottom of where the breakdown came from.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So we can get an idea of how to mend this relationship, because you're working with the community and the people. You're talking about since 1999. That's a lot of work and sweat equity and love in the community. So Just trying to figure out where the communication breakdown came.
Yes, no, thanks. I really appreciate that. I think I do think that something's gone on with the team. Maybe there is a changeover in staff that we're unaware of, but you know, their engagement with us on the park issues has been pretty consistent through the years. And in July, we had a meeting which seemed in keeping with our traditional meetings where we'd walk around the park, we'd talk about some things that needed repairs. And, you know, they usually would send us the plans even before they would start working on something in the project and give us an opportunity for feedback. Because sometimes, you know, they'd want to put a fence in an area that people use to access something, or, you know, they're sometimes just, they don't know the usage in the park as well. So they'd give us opportunity for feedback on that. And then in July, we had a meeting to look at some things. And after that, we asked for plans or to see what, you know, to know what the progress was going to be. And there was just radio silence, just nothing. And then that's
question
yes.
real quick. You mentioned that the ANC passed several resolutions that wasn't given any credit
Yes.
to the community concerns, and that's pretty much one of the reasons that drew us to have this hearing. And some situations DPR does very well, in some situations they don't. In this case, in your case, what I'm hearing at Lafayette Park, that is not going well. And now, what type of resolutions got ignored? What were some of the issues or concerns?
Some of the concerns were this, you know, it's sort of the park is on a hill, and at the top of the hill, there's a lot of erosion and sort of breakdown. You know, the field is trampled, hard compacted. And so it started up there. Those were some of the issues that needed to be repaired. And then it goes down to the larger field, which joins up with the DCPS and that field is a grass field that needs a lot of work, needs repairing. And there was conversation, you know, we asked for that. We've been asking for that for years. It's really needed repair for a long time. And they just have not done that. And so those were the major areas that we were talking about.
Thank you. I appreciate you sharing that. And I did see that you said something about storm water runoff with the field. I guess that speaks to erosion from the top to the bottom.
Yes.
Okay, I definitely wanted to ask about, you said you asked questions but didn't get any answers. Is this raised to any specific questions outside of what you already mentioned that you didn't get answers to? Because you want to try to get those answers back to you as soon as we can, and with the agency.
Sure. Yes, it was mostly around looking at the plans, and they also asked that the field that needed to be repaired, that all of this be done with grass, because like Mr. Absalom's group, we also are very much interested in preserving the green space and the environment for the community. And so part of it was asking that they repair the grass, make it a usable grass field, and not use artificial turf. And that was one of our big questions was, are you even considering that? And they wouldn't give us an answer on it. And then they showed up to a meeting and presented a plan that involved artificial turf.
So they presented the opposite of what you all asked for.
Oh, absolutely. No, it was really wild. And people at the meeting were so shocked and really upset. There was a lot.
So when people expressed them being upset about these new plans, what was the response from DPR?
They said, this is the plan. And this is what we're doing. We're not changing it. And they suggested that there were financial drivers behind this, but they really didn't have any information to share about that. They couldn't provide any sort of real analysis or a financial breakdown looking at the two, you know, grass versus turf.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna jump to you, Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you say you've been trying to reach the Director Freeman. I know she's pretty responsive to me. I am the chair of the committee. but she's been very responsive. How did you try to reach out to her? Did you email her? You call her?
She's given me a cell phone number. I've called her on that. I've called her, I've text messaged her and I've sent her emails. And let me just say one thing. When she first became the director, I was really excited because we met down in Oxen Run and, she was jogging that day and she said, I want to meet with you on a regular basis. I think I know why, in a sense, I don't get the returns. I'm not getting the kind of a response that I want. I think I know why that's happening. But in the meantime, I don't think that should be a basis for not hearing from her when I'm trying to contact her. And there are issues that need to be addressed. Let me just suggest one thing. I want to know if I can send to the committee the reports that Friends of Oxen Run has had initiated from University of the District of Columbia and from George Washington University's law school that talk about problems as it relates to planning and what have you in Oxen Run Park. And the department, they used to be with us. You had some people there that worked with us all the time. I haven't heard from anybody, and relates to planning and what like that, and what can be done to help us with some of the issues that we have identified.
Thank you. And just a follow-up real quick, Mr. Jordan. You said there's no follow-up about Furby Hope. Made numerous attempts.
Yes.
And not getting the proper support. What type of support are you looking for that you're not getting?
Well, first of all, a response that, from the staff at Furby Hope. But when I'm talking about proper support, I'm talking about proper support. Look, we are partners with DPR. We're supposed to be working hand in hand to promote the interests of the park. I hope that's to preserve it as well. And so here we are planning. Last year when we did it, there was minimal support. But like I say, this year we want to make this an event where it takes off and it becomes something that people look forward to. But it's also designed to educate people about preserving the park as it exists, and also about the environment. And I haven't had no contact with it, no help, nothing in terms of saying that, yeah, we want to, we trying to find out, can we use your logo on our publications and stuff? I haven't even heard back from anybody as relates to that. Wow. That doesn't make any sense. If we're park partners, we used to hear from the staff, Katie Renwald, Watani Hatcher, they were always there. We could always had a way of contacting the agency and getting support. We don't have anything. I've called Tommy Jones, nothing. So, and I've called the director too. So it's a dead end, so to speak.
All right. Thank you for that, Mr. Jordan. I'm gonna jump to Ms. Jones real quick, Ms. Raven Jones. First of all, congratulations on your academic endeavors.
Thank you.
At Trinity. I think that's noble that you investing in yourself, that you can have greater opportunities. And we will hope that, we say we want our kids to go to school, graduate, go to college and do well, and hopefully come back to strengthen our government. And we want people from our community working in our community, because you add, as Mr. Howard talked about, insurmountable value to the agency with the cultural competencies to address the needs and also help raise another generation behind you. And so, I'm sad to hear what happened to you. The first I've heard this. And I'm a former roving leader and a former supervisor of roving leader. So I know all the remarkable work they do with our young people, especially around public safety engagement, with the showmobile, skate mobile, things like that. I'm sad that this happened to you. You mentioned that you had an emergency, and because of that emergency, you had to leave. Is this your first incident? And I don't want to get too much into the particulars of your incident, but I was trying to get some clarity on why you were let go so abruptly. And were you an employee or were you a summer youth worker?
Yes, I was an employee. I wasn't a summer youth worker.
Okay.
And that was the first instance. It was totally shocking to see that. Just off of that, and I have a tag of emails, a list of emails between me and my supervisor's conversation. I communicated effectively. because I'm not going to just leave. That's totally unprofessional. I communicated and said I have a 1-year-old and this is going on and I have to go. And the response, my supervisor wasn't on site. So I emailed her, but I did let her colleagues know and people that we were supposed to report to that this is what's going on. And it was very abrupt.
And how long have you been with the agency in the fiscal capacity?
I was there for 2 weeks at DPR. With DPR, I was there for 2 weeks.
And I'm understanding how long ago were you let go and you still have not received your check?
Yes, I got let go on June 25th. We never did a PeopleSoft onboarding. The only thing that I did 2 trainings, which was CPR training and EpiPen training. But I never did any type of direct deposit, PeopleSoft. I haven't even gotten a DPR email address.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
And I just feel like I came into the department with high hopes, or just even with, I've been a DPR my whole life, so I would have never thought for something like this to happen at all. And I think I just went in with a little bit too much hope or integrity at that point. I was just very shocked to see that something like this could happen so soon. And I think it really took me for a loop. I had spoke with a few colleagues of mine that had been working there for a while, and they just said, well, DPR isn't going to be written out for you. You're going to have to figure it out. And it just showed me that even when you're in that type of environment, you have to put your pride to the side. And ultimately, it kind of made me feel like I have to keep my mouth closed. Like I couldn't speak up for myself, or I couldn't advocate for myself in a time of need. Even as a team, I just felt like we were supposed to be a team, and words that I would hear, oh, we're going to be a team outdoors when we go to our activations, but indoors we don't have to do that. So I totally thought that was just totally unprofessional and unacceptable from DPR, period.
Thank you for that. I'm
No
well
problem.
over my time. Thank you, Councilman
Thank you.
Lewis George, for these courtesy minutes. I did want to say to Mr. Howard, I appreciate you speaking today. I know there were a number of people that joined us at Bald Eagle talking about how the Mark Williams had an impact on their lives and all the accolades he received for being a public servant. And I quite frankly, personally, just feel like we haven't paid him enough for the work he's done to advance youth development in our community, also for our seniors, breast cancer awareness. I can go down the line. I'll be all day talking about this gentleman. He has been a pillar in the community in Ward 8 and across the district, being very innovative with his programs. Sad to see he was transferred out and ultimately gone. So I share your sentiments with that. I don't know, man.
Councilman White, can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, we don't typically answer questions, but you can ask a question or make a statement. You can answer it.
I'd rather make a statement. You want people to be where they are needed, and over in Ward 8 is definitely where he's needed. You can see it. It's evident by everything he's done, and then the support that the community has done. So it speaks volumes when the community steps up for the person involved in the situation. So, and the reason I'm stepping up, because we got to stand for something or we'll fall for everything. So I definitely want to support him in these efforts, and I hope that DPR does take this into consideration to bring him back. But thank you for giving me a platform.
Yep, thank you. Councilmember Janice Lewis George.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman White. It seems we have some sort of nexus with some of the Friends groups, just hearing from Oxon Hill and hearing Lafayette. Friends of Lafayette, it seems like, the Friends groups are volunteers who give of their time and community because they care about the parks that are in their neighborhoods. And it feels like there's an overall dismissiveness of people who actually could be really true partners and are true partners and have been true partners with DPR. And I think that's the most unfortunate thing. But to just hear a nexus between the Friends group lets us know that it's not just happening to the Friends groups in Ward 4, but Friends groups all over the city. And that's disheartening for sure to hear. Ms. Engel, thank you and the Friends of Lafayette Park for all you've done and all you do for all these years. I want to ask you this. Can you speak more about how the level of community engagement impacts neighborhoods, and what community engagement have looked like for the work that's currently being done without any information of what's actually happening with the stormwater runoff and the current work that is supposed to be happening with the field. What should have community engagement look like to the community?
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Yes, so in the past, when we've had a project come up in the park, what's typically happened is there's been a meeting, a community meeting where they announce it, on the neighborhood listservs and the, council members, ANC, everybody's sending out emails. So you get like 15 reminders about the first community meeting. And then, everyone comes, it's usually a big turnout, and they just tell us the broad overview of we are getting ready or we're thinking about doing a project in X area. So like with the playground, we're talking about the playground, there's money in the budget for next fiscal year. And so we want to hear your thoughts. And literally, do you remember Kenny Diggs used to post some of these from DGS, and they'd get out a big whiteboard and just start writing down what people are, the community members are offering up, ideas, thoughts, like interests, what uses, all kinds of stuff. So they'd collect, and then that's the first meeting. And so then they'd come back with the second meeting and say, here are some ideas we're thinking about to integrate these ideas, but really still no plans. Like they weren't coming with drawings or anything, even contractors having been hired, not at all. So at that point, they'd start thinking about placement and, really working with the community to get some concrete stuff to put those sort of broad ideas into form. And then they'd come back, for a third meeting. And at that point, they would have some more concrete plans. But when they'd present the plans, they were open to feedback. So sometimes it was like, move the gazebo to this area as opposed to that area, or the slide could be a little lower, or there's not enough of this surface or that surface. And then they'd actually they'd go back, they'd make those changes and come back with a refreshed plan that integrated, it was really thoughtful. They really used to do a good job about that, integrating that feedback. And so the next plan they'd present was full of, was built on those multiple meetings, 3-4 meetings ahead of time. So, and that would have been great to have for this project. This is
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah. And that sounds like a true community engagement process. It's what, the Friends asked for, but it's also what our ANC commissioners who get great weight have asked for, and asked for, at least at this point, 3 times for this level of community engagement and sort of just been dismissed or ignored in that regard. But thank you for explaining what good engagement should look like, can look like, and has looked like in the past, and the ways it then shows up for community. Everyone's excited about the project and feels good. There's some current work happening right now. What are some of the concerns you were hearing as a friends group and from neighbors regarding the current work that's being done? And what are some of the outstanding questions you have for DPR regarding the work that's happening now regarding the stormwater plan?
Sure.
Just so our office also has not received those plans after requesting them as well.
Thank you for your many requests of them too. So right now, actually, I was hearing from people in a panic today because they took down 3 trees in the park that I'm not sure. I haven't actually been over there to see the exact location of them, but that's happening. That was unexpected. They've set up a bunch of fences to work on some of these erosion control plans, but as we saw these, they were sort of broad plans, a little bit hard to decipher. It looks like they're going to be putting in some, rain garden type things in areas that are highly used by the community. So it's going to basically limit use of certain areas of the property. They're also removing a path that goes up a hill between the baseball field and the playground. And so essentially people are just going to start walking up that hill, because the only other way to get from the baseball field to the playground would be, walking to like basically a half block either direction to get to the sidewalk that runs on the road. So we already know, I mean, the kids were already talking about it. It's like, well, we'll just have to climb through the bushes. So that I think will enhance the runoff issue. So it's just those kinds of things where if we'd had a chance to talk with them, we definitely could have worked on the placement of some of these elements, so that everybody, everything could be achieved in a thoughtful way.
Yeah, I think those concerns are really real. And the thing is, we're trying to solve a problem here. And if we create a problem while trying to solve a problem, then we're working backwards. We're also wasting money. That's beyond the point. We're wasting taxpayer dollars. But the real issue is that we're going to create a new problem. So if we put those things in the placement without the community and yourselves feedback there, then we're going to be coming back asking those things to be removed and for another stormwater project. And when we find funding in the budget as council members, the idea is not to keep finding money over and over again, because, and so I think one thing is true is community input and value for the people who are on the ground practically using it every day makes for better projects, which makes for more efficient government spending, because we're solving a problem the first time and not having to go back multiple times to do that. And so I appreciate the current, it looks like 3 trees were taken down today as a part of the project, which is something we could not have known about. We don't know about as a community because we are unable to see those plans, and have not seen those plans. As it relates to the Lafayette field, the greater field, not the soil erosion part, but the greater field, what are the concerns that you wanted DPR to consider in the implementation of that field?
So there's overwhelming support for grass on that field. Just a ton of issues, objections, concerns about installing artificial turf there. And so really grass field is what the community is asking for. And I think going back to their sort of loose financial analysis, I mean, they really offered no analysis. They just sort of said it's for financial reasons. When that field was installed after the school renovation, it was installed improperly. Everybody knew it from the beginning. That was raised to the team. It was raised to DGS. And while the field was still under warranty, I mean, it hadn't been installed for 2 months even, it was starting to fail. And so we were in touch with DGS over and over again. And they said they would enforce the warranty, but then they never ended up enforcing the warranty. So that field failed within a year of being installed. And even still, it's a failed field. It was, there's no drainage. It's a terrible, it still does have some grass on it. And it's not what people want to see. But honestly, the way the field was installed and the way it's been treated, it's a miracle that it still has grass. So I don't really think there's a great argument that a grass field is not workable there, because the grass field that's improperly installed and not been maintained still has some grass on it. So I just, anyway, I think it's faulty logic that they're trying to use, and the community is really wants to see a good grass field there.
Yeah. I appreciate that, and we'll continue to work on it. Thus far, the response is we believe you all should have a turf field. We sort of don't care what the community wants, and either it's my way or the highway, meaning you don't get anything that you want. And it's incredibly disappointing, especially because it's a community field, which is funded by, again, taxpayer dollars. That's your dollars. That's community dollars. So my hope is that we can move forward in a better way, but I appreciate your work on this. Raven, I want to thank you for testifying and sharing your story. And I'm sorry to hear about your experience as a roving leader. And I know Councilmember White's going to be following up with you about that experience. You spoke about many of the problems you witnessed while a member of the Roving Leader program. And based on your experience, I just wanted to ask you sort of, can you talk about more about what you think DPR and the program can and should do differently to improve just the overall Roving Leader program as it is now versus the work it was initially created to do and the work that was being done, and what ways can we improve it? And this isn't, and I want to be clear with you, you're not the only person who's reached out to me about sort of the shifts in how the roving leader program is being operated or managed. So you're not alone in this. We've gotten several emails across the board about it. So I just wanted to hear what your advice was on how we can improve the roving leader program moving forward.
In regards to improvement, one apple can spoil the whole bunch. So I would say literally just your attitude. It's people's attitudes when they walk through the door. It's the communication. I'm new coming into the door, so I did expect welcoming and open arms, and I didn't receive that. But I can definitely tell the mugs and the disgruntlement, and me being a new employee, it wasn't a good environment at all. So it literally starts with the people first. In regards to improvement, it's how you speak to people, it's the directions that you're giving. Oh, just go over there and have a seat. What direction are you giving me? What is the task that needs to be, what's the task at hand that needs to be completed? It's the communication. That's the really, really big piece for me in regards to improvement, and people's attitudes. Being a roving leader was a great opportunity for me. The activations are great. I can ditto that the late night hypes are great. I was there for 2 weeks and I enjoyed myself. I have a 1-year-old toddler. She can come to the activations. She's able to do the different activities and watch and play the games and everything that they have there. It was great. It saddens me that it had to end so soon. But it's a great program, and the people that are working under rover leaders, I want them to have a better attitude. And I know it's hot outside, and I know that everyone's attitude isn't always going to be the best in the heat. But when you're servicing the community, you have to put on a different face. And that's with the community, and that's even internally with your colleagues and supervisors. So I just want them to be more of a team. If more team exercises, I don't know what that looks like. Even with summer employment, youth summer employment, or summer workers, it can be much better, and it needs to be improved. People's attitude and the front face is what they see first, and that's what I'm going off of. This is my perspective, and this is the story that I have. And it wasn't the best, but it's a great opportunity that I was able to see, so that the next generation, like Trayon White said after me, doesn't have to endure this type of situation.
That's right.
Yeah.
I just want to thank you and let you know, never stop speaking up for yourself.
Of course.
Never use that as an opportunity to not stand up for yourself and speak up for yourself. That's when change happens. No woman in whoever has made history has done so, not speaking up for herself and standing up for herself. So continue to do that. We're proud of you. I'm proud of you. Councilmember White is proud of you. I know the DC Council and so many community members are proud of the work you're doing. So keep doing that. And I know Councilmember White's staff is going to follow up and try to see what we can do to rectify this situation. But keep going, keep being bold and having that courage and standing up for yourself and using your voice always. So thank you so much. Thank you to this panel, and thank you, Councilmember White, for this opportunity.
Thank you. We're going to move to our next panel. We have Mr. Is that Frank O'Leary? Fraser O'Leary. Commissioner Lois Merkel Bryant. Renee Campbell. Candace Scruggs. See, some people are coming on. Dontrell Smith. Mozella Boyd Johnson. All right, so we're gonna start with who's here now. Mr. Frazier, you ready?
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chairman White and Councilmember Lewis George. I'm Frazier O'Leary, the Ward 4 representative on the DC State Board of Education. My testimony today has to do with my experience with the members of the Recreation Department during my 50 years as a coach and teacher in our city. The impact that our young people have felt from the coaches at our recreation sites throughout the city is one that is unique. When our children enter our rec centers and become part of the teams in various sports, they begin to establish relationships with coaches who fill roles that they may not have had in their lives before. They must learn how to work with others, how to accept discipline, how to follow directions, and how to deal with adversity. As someone who learned how to play baseball, football, and basketball in the recreation leagues, I know the value that coaches provide to our children as mentors and guardians. With the increase in violence in our neighborhoods and the critical problems of truancy and absenteeism in our schools, our recreation leaders are sometimes the most valuable in guiding our youth down the right path. In many ways, they are first responders and violence interrupters. In my career as a teacher and a coach, I've been fortunate to have been a part of the lives of 4 special men who have done so much to help mold the lives of our hundreds of our children. They are all DPR legends. And I have been lucky enough to have them in Ward 4. They are Lyndon DeBellet, Greg Jones, Rob Nickens, and Lewis Bennett. And anyone who has children in Ward 4, their children have probably been touched by these great men. And I'm open for questions.
Thank you, member. Commissioner Bryant.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dolores Miracle Bryant. I'm for AE06, a community in Berlin. I am here today to advocate for the Washington community. So working in the social work field has inspired me to address the ongoing stigmas such as mental health in low-income marginalized communities. If you are not aware of the history behind Furby Hill Recreation Center, it was around before I was born and even before it became a DPR. Furby Hill was a place that every single child in the Washington Highland community attended. We had a 12-feet pool, a boxing gym, and programming that kids and adults both loved and approved of. So I was sworn into office in 2023, and I promised my community that I would continue to fight for the amenities in our rec as well as effective programming. I'm very aware of the programming and participation that is going currently now at Furby Hope. However, it is not to our community liking. So today I will address the lack of communication and opportunity for AE. In April 2023, I had a meeting with Tommy Jones and DGS to discuss the issues and problems the rec is facing. For example, DGS promised picnic rules. The PR promised to get DGS to fix all the cracks and holes in the walls. The floors are lifting up instead of the gym. The rec equipment is falling apart. However, I do want to thank the council member's office and also the mayor's office for finally coming to a solution to building our new boxing gym. However, I do not get any responses from anyone in DPR as it relates to updates and timelines. Next, I spoke to the residents and children of the neighborhood who expressed their feelings and emotions about the current programming. This is a new generation, which means any interventions that was created years or decades ago may not be able to be implemented right now. New ideas, new programming, new faces that we know for sure that will help our and residents. Constituents to also testify on their relationship with DPR. A lot of my constituents told the program senior citizens. I think it is necessary to conduct surveys and focus groups to make sure that there is effective programming inside of the RACs. And in conclusion, since my time is coming up, I'm gonna keep it short. I did want to advocate for mental health services to be put within all of our recreation centers, including ones in low-income areas. And also, I think that we need a library inside of our community because we don't have one for a little minute. We're in between two other neighborhoods, but we need our own. The kids around it use these organizations for coping skills, for a positive outlet. And I think it is very important that we could work together and partner and discuss how we could keep our community whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Boyd Johnson.
Yes, I'm here. Good afternoon. Dear Councilmember Trayon White, Chairperson of Committee on Recreation. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm a Ward 5 resident, and I started attending DPR's Turkey Thicket Recreation Center in November of 2023 after learning about the UDC Body-Wise program, water aerobics. After attending, I noticed a number of items that were broken, and I inquired to the regular seniors that attend how long had the following items been broken: the whirlpool, the clothes wringer dryer, the ladies' entrance and exit door. They said for almost a year. I found it strange that there was not regular maintenance occurring at this very popular center where almost 40 seniors attend the water aerobics classes 3 times a week, beginning at 7 o'clock a.m. I began sending emails to Marcus Coates, the deputy director there. I received the following response: "Thanks for contacting DPR. We are aware of the issues and they will be addressed. One item got repaired, but the other items remain the same." I have sent emails to my Councilmember Parker, Councilmember Anita Barnes, the mayor, the director of DPW, and my last email was addressed to the Department of General Service on July the 3rd. I don't understand what does it take to get these broken items fixed and maintenance monitor at Turkey Thicket on the regular. Why do we have all these great amenities, pools, recreation centers for the community, and there appears to be no one willing to make sure that there is a regular schedule for upkeep and maintenance? Attach I sent in a written testimony. So I attached all the items that I have taken pictures of that are still remain broken. And the most recent one is a toilet seat that has been broken for the last month. Thank you so very much for allowing me to express my concerns and frustration with the lack of urgency with a repairing and maintaining Turkey Thicket facility. Mozella Boyd Johnson.
Thank you so much. Ms. Candace Scruggs.
Yes. I want to thank the committee for hearing me today, as well as DPR. I think you guys do a wonderful job and creating some positive engagements for the youth in the community. So I have had some negative experiences with Basically, I wouldn't necessarily say that it's DPR, but maybe it's partners with DPR. But I'm not going to specifically go into that. I'm going to just come up with I'm going to stay focused on the positive things that can occur for this time that I had. So one of my personal issues, well, actually, I work in the community. I'm a mental health worker, and I work a lot with youth. So I wanted to get that, and I've been doing that for maybe about 6 or something years. But one of my personal issues is that they allow certain youth to join the swimming program, and it's limited, of course, according to your income. But then it's like a 5-minute period for the whole summer in which you can like try to get your child entered into the swimming program. And it's like you don't do it in 2 minutes. They're all filled up right away. Like they open on one day and everything is just filled up in one day, especially for the swimming program. I'm not sure about any other program, but I've been trying for about 8 years now, and I haven't been able to get my kids involved in that. And then because I am a advocate for the youth and the community, I wanted to speak about an overall issue or crisis that we may be all witnessing on a daily basis, where you have youth like breaking in cars or doing illegal things. And I want to provide or suggest some solutions in which DPR may want to align with other partners or DC government agencies to see if they can support these youth, such as having like a summer program where those youth who you find in those type of environments or situations could actually, be provided some services to actually get their license. Or if that was done over the summer. If they want to, drive, that maybe we can, I don't know how things work, but maybe you can partner with like NASCAR or something like that, just to bring those negative things that we perceive as negative and put them in a positive form for youth. And then also some non-traditional activities that may be helpful for youth in low income environments, such as like if they were able to incorporate I don't know, how to do nails, how to do hair. This can also bring the youth some financial gain and maybe or decrease some of the issues that we see going on every day. That's it. Thank you. Thank you guys for listening.
Thank you so much. I want to follow back up with you, Mr. O'Leary, about you've been in Ward 5 and knowing some of the gentlemen working there. I know most of them personally. In fact, I don't know what's going on with Rob Nickens. I've heard some things about Rob Nickens there. Is Rob Nickens still there?
Yes, he is. Yes,
Okay.
he is. In fact,
Okay.
he just was held a brand new summer program basketball tournament, and the team won 3 championships. That was just 2 weeks ago.
Okay. What about G. Jones?
Greg is working with Rob at Kennedy Recreation Center, and right now he's helping him coach. He was helping him coach that team, and he's got a tournament down there at Kennedy.
What do you see as some of the key value having these gentlemen in the community doing that type of work, especially during these summer months coming up?
Oh my goodness, shit. I don't have enough time to talk about that. I was thinking about the fact because I coached Lyndon and Greg, or I didn't coach, but I was involved with their teams at Cardozo. And Rob was also a coach at Cardozo for the JV basketball team. And I've known Lewis Bennett since he was in diapers. He and his mother and I worked together when I first started teaching back in 1970. And they are all just pillars of the community. They all are DCPS graduates, and they've come back and just keep giving to the community every day.
That's powerful. And also thank you for your service. I think that's equally as important. One of my staff, Miss Louise Thorne, said you should be her English teacher at Cardozo High School.
Well, I've maybe I've taught more than 100.
It is, man.
I was there for 40 years.
And having continuity and longevity in these communities are pivotal. When there's a break in communication, a break in leadership, a break in continuity and conversation and relationships, it hurts the community. And I know part of DPR's I guess regimen is to shuffle people around, and they've been doing it prior to this administration years ago. I've seen it all over since I've been in DPR since I was a child, and I don't know. Go ahead.
That's not the way to be successful. You gotta have, and especially with the roving leaders, when they have to establish, they're not just people that are in a rec center or people that are in a gym. They're people that are in the community all the time and of incredible value. When I put down I didn't think about the violence interrupters part until I was writing my testimony, but we have violence interrupters who are members of the community. And like sometimes the things that coaches can do and stop people from doing the wrong thing are just amazing. I coached for 50 years, and I hope that I affected a couple of people's lives. But what the roving leaders do is outside of the coaching. It's also helping students not do stuff because Coach Rob's around, Coach Greg's around, or Coach Lyndon DeBellett's around, or Coach Lou's around. They're not going to do stuff because of those people. They'll be called, and they're father figures for a lot of our students and participants that don't have a father figure.
Gotcha, man. Thank you. And I want to jump to Commissioner Bryant. Thank you, and also for your service on the State Board of Education. Thank you for that too, Mr. O'Leary. Commissioner Bryant, I know you reached out about some of the concerns at Furby Hope, more around the boxing gym and some of the issues. What type of program do you see happening? I see you saying that they're not meeting the level of programming that you would like to see happen. What is happening of their program?
Well, they do have mentoring programs for boys and girls. I do believe they have a tutoring program as well. However, the participation is not as great as I would like it to be. And due to talking with the kids and their parents, they just don't feel like their child should be a part of those programs due to the staffing there. I guess they're rude. They don't think they're positive role models for their children. So that's what I mean by we need more effective program with people who actually care to want to help the youth.
Got it. And then we should have an update. I do know the DPR did an update on the boxing gym at Furby Hope last night. Not sure if you do have that. If you don't, I get my staff to send that to you so you can have that, Commissioner.
Okay, and also I wanted to talk about like the sports as well, but that could be for another time. We don't have time.
What relations to sports?
I am aware of other recreation centers having like their own football teams, cheerleading teams. I do know they have other people coming from other places to do those things, but they're like temporary. Just as far as sports and stuff, Furby Hope should have those programming as well.
Yeah, I do know even Ms. Odoms, who spoke earlier, her and some of the other community leaders was trying to do football there. I even know a couple of years ago, Lennox was trying to do football there, but had a difficulty in aligning their mission and vision with DPR's mission and vision with the league they were in. I'm not sure if that was ironed out or not. I know she did say she moved their operation to Blue practice field, so I'm not sure if they're under DPR or not. She said she couldn't even get a partnership with them. But I know they were practicing there at one point, trying to get inside that gate because, as you know, it's adjacent to KIP as well. So I knew there was some friction going back and forth, and I did reach out to DPR's leadership and put them in contact, and they did communicate. This was like last year. So I know we all got on one call to try to mitigate some of that, but I'm not sure if it worked out or not. But I'll double back into, because I grew up, Furby Oak always had a team. and some of the best athletes in Ward 8 came from the Furby Hope Congress Heights community. And so Honda Church community, Congress Heights, and so I'm not sure what's going on there now. Even they had a stellar boxing program there over the years. So we'll look into that and figure out what we can do to assist with getting that ramp back up. Running out of time, so I'm gonna go to Miss Johnson in the turkey thicket. I was just trying to get a list of some of the items you said that was dysfunctional or broken. I already said a broken door, broken toilet. I don't know what else. She's still here, Miss Johnson.
Yes, yes, it's the whirlpool, the clothes dryer for the bathing suits. Is a toilet seat is the second toilet from the right, and the door, the entrance and exit door just needs to be shaved off at the top. If it's shaved off at the top, then it can open and close, opposed to being propped open during the winter. And when you come out of the pool, I mean, anytime, because when you come out of the pool, you're cold and the door has to be propped open because some of the seniors, it's hard to pull to get the door to open, and that's dangerous.
Yeah, okay. So I do know also that Councilman Janice Lewis George oversees DGS, and we do a number of walkthroughs. We just did a few with our public schools. Maybe we have to do some of that with DPR. And also, Mr. Commissioner Bryant talked about some repairs needed at Furby Hope. And this is heartbreaking because we just built this a brand new recreation center. And I know we've had a number of issues with this recreation center with leaks, with floors coming up. And if it's leaking within 5 years, picture what's gonna happen in 20 years. So I, I know some of those repairs have been done to correct the issues with the pool, leaking water, and some of the cosmetics. I'll get a idea from you, Commissioner, what those other repairs are, so we can get those, so we can monitor those as well. Do you know them real quick off the top of your head?
Are you speaking to me?
Commissioner Bryant.
Oh,
So the floors in the gym, they're lifting up, and then of course they have like these long cracks coming down the walls in the gym as well as the fitness center.
Okay.
And the ceiling keeps falling too, but they always fix that though.
Wow. Yeah, we got to start figuring out what we can do as a government to go out to the bonding for these construction companies that's doing these projects. Because we expect stuff that's new to last a long time, and it shouldn't have issues with the ceiling and cracks in the walls. All right, I'm over my time for this particular panel. I apologize. Councilmember George, you got any questions for this panel before we go to the next one?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you, Dr. Fraser O'Leary, for your testimony. You mentioned some folks. I think I know a few names, but not some of the names closely. I know you mentioned a few folks. I know Rob Nickens, who does a lot of work in our community, and Lyndon and Greg, as well as Lewis. Talk to me about sort of some of the impactful work you've seen someone like Rob Nickens do for the community, and why it's important that we have these individuals working in our community, especially having the impact they have on our young people in the community, especially our young men.
Well, as I mentioned, I mean, I've watched all of those young men grow to be adults and then older adults. And they all are doing community service every day, not just on Monday through Friday from 9 to 5, but they're always in the community helping the youngsters get focused, helping them get better all the time. I mean, anybody that knows Rob probably coaches teams all year long. He's got an AAU team. He coaches Roosevelt's team. He's been Roosevelt's coach for over 20 years and been highly successful coach of the year. The Washington Post All-Met Coach of the Year, won championships. Lyndon DeBellet was a All-American basketball player at Cardozo, came back and joined the recreation department. He's not doing real well physically. He's recovering from a stroke right now. But as I said about Lewis Bennett, he's like the person everyone goes to for whatever, not just for a ball or a bat or this or that. He's what the community goes to. Greg Jones was an All-American basketball, a fabulous college player, a fabulous player in the city, and just these guys just impact with everything that they do because everybody, all the children look up to them.
Yeah.
They're perfect role models.
Yeah. And why is it important for an agency like DPR to make sure that we not only honor these individuals, but we keep these individuals in our communities and doing the work that they're doing?
Oh, well, it's, that to me is a no-brainer. I mean, when the young lady came on and said that she only worked at DPR for 2, and I'm looking at this woman who is incredibly well versed in what she does, and I think she said her father worked in the rec department, and she wants to be a roving leader, and somebody kept her from being a roving leader. I mean, those aren't the kinds of people that the government needs to get rid of. Yeah. The people. I'm sure that there are going to be roving leaders in another 10 years that played for Rob or played for Lyndon or played for Louis or played for Greg because they want to be a roving leader. They've shown what it is to be a community servant and what it is to affect the community so much.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And do all of them still work for are all of them still working for DPR right now?
Well, Lyndon is on extended sick leave.
Okay.
But Lewis and Rob and Greg are still active.
Still active and still
as we speak.
Still doing the work 20 plus years later.
Yep. Well, yep.
Yep.
They've all been working for that long, I think.
Yeah.
Now, because I retired 7 years ago and I taught for 50.
Yeah. And what can DPR do better as far as to foster programs and foster environments for current youth to become the next generation of these DPR leaders?
I think what the young lady said was they need to take care of their own.
Yeah.
First. I think that's so important because Mr. Howard, I believe his name, Mr. Howard's testimony, I thought he stole my notes or whatever when he was talking about Mr. Williams in Ward 8, because I mean that's a legendary person to have that happen to someone. We know what happens when people get rid of the wrong people or the wrong people get rid of the right people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because if you can just look at sports and see how that happens. How could they? You can look at politics right now, and how can that happen?
Yeah.
But it happens, and people who don't do their jobs right, but get paid big bucks, need to be held accountable.
Amen.
Amen to that. Exactly, Ms. Johnson. I wanted to thank you, Dr. Frazier-Leary, and hopefully DPR is hearing and listening because those things are absolutely important. And hopefully we can find a way to honor these 4 individuals as well for the work they continue to do and have been doing. I know my colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, was a roving leader, and so the legacy of roving leaders is one of which continuous calling to change the lives of people and the trajectory of young people in our city. And so he continues to do that as well in his role now. But that's the legacy we know roving leaders to be in this city, to be change makers and catalysts and really pulling our youth to be better people. Ms. Johnson and Ms. Bryant, just wanted to ask you all if you have the work order numbers. Please let me know if you have them. If you don't have the work order numbers, don't worry. We can try to go look those work order numbers up. I am chair of facilities, which is Department of General Services. And so you have my commitment to follow up on those issues. I see a work order. We just checked. There is a work order for the toilet Ms. Johnson mentioned. So I do see that, Ms. Johnson, already. So we're going to follow up on that work order. But as always, if you have any facilities issues at a DPR center, please email me. You can email facilities@dccouncil.gov. It will come to me and my staff. We're very responsive. We'll come on the ground and see the issues ourselves, bring DGS out there with us. You know, it is unacceptable, sort of what you all have been experiencing. But we're going to follow up with Councilmember Trayon White, because maybe we can actually just get somebody go over there together with DGS and let you all know that we're coming, so that you can be there, so you can go walk through us with some of those, walk through some of those persistent issues with us on site at the center.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman White.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're gonna move right along. I know some people were here earlier, wasn't here when we called them or couldn't get in, had some technical difficulties. So I'm gonna go to Commissioner Kathy Henderson. Cardell Prince. Stephanie Fu. Alexis Fu. Seeing them, okay. Chris Milligan. Kiana Twitty. Hal, if you can let me know if they're in a text or they're in a message, if they're there or not. So I can keep going, adding people to this panel. Again, thank you guys for your patience. Thank you guys for those who are watching. It's very important hearing to make DPR organization even better. We have one of the best agencies in the country. It's our duty and job to make sure that we not only talk about what's going good, but what areas we can improve in. That's important. Okay, I see. Laura Finizzi. Forgive me if I'm not saying it right. Correct me once you get on. It's okay. Matthew Chambers. Dale Johnson. Trista Dunlap. All right. Not sure Ms. Dunlap is. All right, so we're gonna start with you, Commissioner Henderson.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Good afternoon, Councilmember Louis George, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Kathy Henderson, representing the good residents of Single Member District 5D06. I appreciate this opportunity to share about what isn't working at the Department of Parks and Recreation. Over the years, the Department of Parks and Recreation has been a very strong and credible partner in helping to change the paradigm in my community. We've relied on movie nights and activities, and we have a core belief that recreation is for everyone. Children, everyone in between, our seniors, it's for everyone. It is not an agency that is supposed to work for a select few. And since we've had a change in leadership, there's been a lack of accountability, a lack of responsiveness, and a basic lack of communication. I reached out to the director in May to request what I always request, and that's 3 dates for movie nights in my community. My community loves these movie nights. They are an opportunity for us to strengthen our community partnership with MPD, and it's a win-win for everyone. I didn't receive a response in May, and then when I followed up, it's like I received the response, well, we have a whole city to serve. We can't just focus on you. Well, not only did you not focus on me, you didn't focus on the city. We don't have any movie nights. It's now July. It shouldn't take you several months to come up with a date. I asked the director to, provide dates. Any dates in June or July. And then I believe I moved to August. So I still don't have any dates. There's no responsiveness. And it's unacceptable. It is unacceptable. When the leadership changed, one of the first changes that was made was moving our long-term manager of the Trinidad Recreation Center. And I want to thank Mr. Howard for bringing up the issues regarding Mark Williams. Everyone knows Mark Williams. Mark Williams is capable. He's an asset to any agency or any job that he were to affiliate himself with. So for him to be moved unceremoniously is inappropriate. For Mr. Higginbotham to be removed unceremoniously is inappropriate. Mr. Higginbotham has been a credible, strong manager in the Trinidad Recreation Center for many years. Many of the children, in fact, most of the children that live in Carver Terrace and Langston Terrace were going to Trinidad Recreation Center. After Mr. Higginbotham was moved to his new community, I'm sure he's an asset there, but we've had 3 of the children that he used to mentor. I think, they have fallen victim to violence. And the center is not as well utilized as it once was. We have 3 recreation centers, and it seems increasingly that they are less welcoming to the community at large. And then there's an effort to just politicize the recreation functioning so that it only serves a few. And in the last minute of my testimony, I want to talk about a plan that the larger community doesn't know about, doesn't support, but there's an effort to turn a district-owned parcel of land, into a recreation facility or some type of a park that 20 people are advocating for. 20 people, and the larger community doesn't know about it, doesn't want it, and that's unacceptable. So in closing, I'm pretty sure that the director didn't come to the mayor and say, hey, Mayor Bowser, I'm only going to address certain members of the community. Are you okay with that? I'm going to negate all stakeholders in favor of a few stakeholders. Are you okay with that? We need a director and a Parks and Recreation that serves everyone. That is our right, and government is supposed to work for it's supposed to work, and it's supposed to work for everyone. And I thank you for the opportunity to share my testimony today, and I will remain for any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Cardell Prince. Mr. Prince, are you still there? Okay.
Hey, Trey.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm actually dealing with the kids in the community right now, and I'm so sorry. But I like to state that our Rex right now are suffering. Furby Hope. Let me say this, and I say this. I'm 37 years old. I've been going to Furby Hope Rec since I was 4 or 5 years old. Back when Bob and Hunter was at the rec. I don't know if you know how long ago that was, but that was a long time ago. And the other day I went up there, and I haven't been up there in a couple months because I was working with these 14 and 15-year olds, trying to keep them out of, keep them out of trouble and just trying to do the right thing, keep them on the right path. But I went up there the other day because we started working out with them, like going on the track and stuff. So I went up there and asked them, can I go through the rec so I can access the track? Where I got a real nasty attitudes. I was told, I said, well, let me call Marcus Coates, because Marcus Coates he used to work there. And they told me, like, just call Marcus Coates. Call whoever you gotta call, like just straight being nasty to us. And dealing with the 14 and 15-year-olds, they can get real nasty. And I was telling them, like, I'm controlling them right now. And if I wasn't here, it can be real, real bad. And I don't want that to happen. And me being very influenced in the community, I just feel a right to, get up here and state my concerns and state everything that needs to be said with our community. As far as Mark Williams go at Bald Eagles, Mark plays a major role not only in Bald Eagle but in Furby Hope. Mark ran a shoe hoops not bullets tournament that took a lot of young fellas off the street during the summer and gave us hope. Where Furby Hope, we won the championship in that 5 years straight. And to see him move and move without any reason, the community is willing to stand up for him. I got a lot of calls that saying, what do we need to do to get Mark back? When I talked to Mark was highly upset, and he was, just real, really, really mad. And if you want to move him, honestly, move him to Highland, move him to Furby Hope. We would accept him with open arms like anybody would. It's programming that Mark put in place that you can't even imagine. And it's not going on now because of Mark being, kids really don't even want to go to the rec because Mark not there. And trust me, I'm down in the streets and I hear from the kids all the time. At Furby Hope, we had a pool guy named Michael Pearson. We haven't had a swim team since he been there. He's been gone for over 3 years. They moved him 45 minutes up the road. And I forgot, I think he's at Turkey Thicket. I don't know for sure where he's at, but I know he's 45 minutes away. I talked to him today. We haven't had a swim team since then. We haven't had a basketball team since Marcus Coates was there. Marcus Coates been gone for some years now. And I reaches out to everybody trying to get this basketball team, trying to get the sports with no response, nothing going on. When I call the council member's office, I get response. I get Trey coming, but I understand that Trey has a lot going on. Trayon has a lot. I call him Trey because he makes himself personal to our community, by the way. And I feel as though back in the day, that's how the rec specialist was. They was in our community. Bob and Hunter, they could call us by our nicknames. And that's how it should be in the community. And that's how it needs to be because it gets bad. And Ward 8, we are the leadership, I think, of this DC thing going on. They follow what war they do. These other wars, I can say they follow what war they do, and we need the programming back in war. That's what I can say. I'm doing this not for no funding. I don't need nothing. I'm going to fight blood, sweat, and tears for my community, and whatever needs to go on, I'm here to do it. Thank you, Trey.
Thank you, Mr. Prince. I appreciate that. Who else we have? Dale Johnson.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a senior and I attend all the communities and the recs. I was at the rec down in Southwest, and I am a senior, and I live in Ward 8. And Mrs. Thiene has helped the seniors so much, and everything in the senior programs are much better since she's taken over. And I really appreciate her as being a senior. She's helped all of us seniors. We have a lot of activities that she has had taken us to, the boat rides and the black tie event, and also other type of organizations that she's sent us to. And I'm really thank Mrs. Thiene and for the senior programs that she has for us. And thank you, Councilman. I appreciate you so much too for having me, Chairman White. Thank you.
No, thank you. Appreciate you coming on and speaking. Mr. Prince, can you mute your phone or computer? Thank you. Miss Laura Benenzi? Help me.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfectly.
And you actually said that right. Congratulations. Nobody ever does that. They just go, Laura.
Well, if I get 5 different chances, I'm gonna get one of them right, you know?
Yeah, no, that's impressive. Okay, so I'm a resident of Ward 4. I live by Lafayette Pointer Park. And I appreciate your adding me onto the list. I've been here for about 15 years and have been actively involved in neighborhood park projects over the years. And I'm really concerned about what has changed. As Elizabeth Engel from Friends of Lafayette Park noted, there's been a real difference in the last year in the lack of communication and engagement with DPR and the other agencies, particularly with this project that's going on now at this campus, but not solely about that. I'm going to speak for a second to the rec center. We have a newish rec center, and it was a very elaborate meeting process. We had, I think, at least 8 meetings, the rec center, and it opened and it's pretty, but like Mr. Prince talked about in Ward 8, the staff is really key. And what I don't see happening is the staff engaging with the community. Like if people are up at our gazebo and having a party, it's the 85-year-old neighborhood volunteer who's up there telling them to bag up their trash and take it to the back. It's not the DPR staff checking on it. I don't see them monitoring issues and reporting issues or introducing themselves. And also, we have an issue with the building getting closed at like 8, and that probably is not the staff's fault, but it needs to be worked out so that we can have neighborhood meetings. Even Councilmember Janice Lewis George has had her meetings closed on her because the staff say they have to leave. And I don't understand, if we spend $4 million to put a building in, why we can't have it open until 9 o'clock so we can have, a meeting that working parents can stay till. So that's one thing. But the major thing is, like, we've got this huge project going on and they are doing it to us, not with us and for us. And you may not know this, but back in like 2015, 2016, when we had the school project, it was to renovate the school. The park area looked like a number 7 on the map. It was north and east of the school. And it was a baseball field, to the east of the school, and then tennis courts, rec center, and an upper field to the north of the school. And the community said, hey, we will give you this whole park for a year. You can let the kids tromp all over that upper field for the recess. You can have the whole baseball field for a year for the trailers, so that the kids and their parents don't have to leave the community and schlep the kids across town because there was no busing for them. And in return, DGS and DPR and DCPS promised that they would remediate any degradation to the park. Soon as that construction was done, they split. They never remediated that upper field, which was compacted into cement by 750 kids playing on it hard for a year. They never did anything. No aeration, no reseeding, no top dressing, no backfilling, nothing. And furthermore, they neglected it then for the next 7 years. So you have that runoff until now it's down to bare rock. We've got all kinds of videos, but again, DGS never made good on this promise, but DPR never pushed DGS or anything that we could see to get that remediation done. And then last summer, finally, we some neighbors and friends of Lafayette Park were able to meet with the mayor and the agencies and do a walkthrough of a lot of the maintenance issues and problems at the park. But I guess in the fall it seemed that DGS, DCPS, DPR had decided what they wanted to do, and they just cut off all communication with the neighborhood. And we said, hey, we hear a rumor that turf is being discussed. They wouldn't answer it. We said, we hear a rumor that trees might be affected. They wouldn't discuss it. And so we weren't able to get any information until March, when there was a joint presentation with DGS, DPR, and DCPS at the school. And like Ms. Engel said, they just announced a fait accompli, like, this is it. This is what it's going to look like. But the slides for the park that showed the stormwater management plan, they gave about 10 minutes to them. They had no handouts. There was no link to the slides. They refused to post them on the website until right before Councilmember Louis George introduced her emergency legislation in May to have grass at the Lafayette school field. But for 2 months, they wouldn't even share those slides, but they refused to engage. And the neighbors, you know, from the quick look we were able to have in March, we said, hey, this stormwater is going to cut through the hill that the kids sled on in the winter. It looks like you're going through our walking paths that we use. It looks like you might be taking out trees. Can we talk about it? They refused to talk about it.
If we can wrap up, be like a minute of your time, that'd be helpful.
Okay, I'm sorry, but it's really awful. It looks like these plans are going to fail. It's very disruptive. And if I look at the city org chart, the agencies, yes, they work for the mayor, but the mayor is supposed to work for the people. And ultimately, DPR should work for the people of the communities. If they're not making the people happy, they're not doing their job. If they're not talking to the people, they're not doing their job.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I want to jump back to you, Mr. Henderson. As you said that you are not being engaged around your community movie nights there, and was promised that you would be.
Absolutely not. Thank you for the question, Councilmember White. No, again, typically DPR has been a historically strong partner in providing just the equipment, the 3 dates that we've requested. The staff has shown up in the past, and we provide the movies. Our community actually votes on family movies, and Transformers and the Frog, the Princess, I think the Frog and the Princess and Toy Story are a few of our favorites. But there, we can't even get the basic movie nights. This is truly unacceptable. I can't even get a returned email. And when I do get an email, it's something snide. Well, we have a whole city to serve. Well, where are you serving? Where are these movie nights? I don't know of any. I know of movie nights that are provided by the bids that are downtown. But what is DPR doing for communities citywide? And they're not doing anything for my community that we asked for. So this is unacceptable, and I'm glad that we had an opportunity today to share these concerns that seem to be radiating throughout the city.
Thank you. And you also said efforts to turn a DC parcel into a rec facility. What piece of land is that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't really hear you.
You said there's an effort to turn DC parcel of land into a rec facility that's been advocated by 20 people. What parcel of land is that?
Yes, there's a small parcel of district-owned land. It's actually on my block. And there is some clandestine proposal to develop this into a play space, a dog park, a park. The community was not engaged about this. The community has spoken very clearly. We don't want any opportunity for people to sit, drink, and drug with seeming impunity. So again, this plan, there was a meeting held recently where 20 people showed up. I didn't know about the meeting. I had to find out about the meeting at the last minute at the ANC, at our ANC meeting. And apparently this is a clandestine effort that is promoted without community input, without community support, and it's unacceptable. DPR and all of our government agencies are for everyone. Everyone should have an opportunity to weigh in. Now, if there was a public-wide meeting and the people have changed their position and they now want some type of a park resource where people can actually sit, then we need to hear from the public. What we don't need is a clandestine effort to put in something that 20 people want, that 20 people showed up for and advocated for, including those drinking alcohol. We are very clear. We support MPD, we support safety, we support good city infrastructure, and we don't want people having an opportunity to sit and openly drink and drug with impunity. My constituents have been very clear about that, and neighbors in the surrounding area have been very clear about that. So why isn't anyone talking to all of us? Why are they making decisions? Who's making these decisions? And why are they not including the public? That's unacceptable. And again, I'm glad that you're having this hearing, this roundtable hearing today to get everything out on the table. Let's talk, let's resolve, let's make the Department of Parks and Recreation an agency that serves everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. I see we also have been joined by Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker, which we're going to come to in a few. I'm going to jump to Mr. Prince. I even heard, Mr. Prince, I know you frequent the Furby Hope Recreation Center, which is in your community in Washington Highland. I don't know if you're still here or not.
Yes.
Yeah, and one of the things that Commissioner Dolores Miracle Bryant talked about was about the lack of programming there. Are you familiar with the staff that is there? Have they been engaging? Have they had any, to your knowledge, any community meetings about what the community wanted to see happen in that rec at all?
Nah, I'm not too familiar. I was familiar with the staff, some of the staff, but recently they have moved them. Why? I don't know. Like Roland with the aquatics, Michael Pearson with the aquatics, Michael been gone, but Tutu was there. They moved Tutu from there. Tamika, as y'all might know. But no, I have nobody reached out about no community engagement. None of that. Normally, my concerns, because once again I don't know nobody at the rec. I normally reaches out to Marcus. And I haven't heard from Marcus. Actually, you know, I said to myself, well, let me go and try to get employment at the rec because I see it truly needs me up there. I'm not, what I mean? I'm not advocating for me being unemployed, but I'm just saying I reached out to Marcus for an employment there just because I know the community wants me there. And I had a lot of kids come to me and, ask me, come to the rec, because they don't know nobody, or, you know what I mean, to answer your question, they haven't, engaged in the community. So no is your question.
Thank you. And we'll follow up to that. And I appreciate your advocacy for Mark Williams speaking to his role and presence, not just in Bald Eagle, but also in the Furby Hope community.
And
For
Trayon,
yes, sir.
may I add something? If anybody from DPR is listening, this is not to bash DPR at all. This is to get something going that we desperately need as soon as possible. Because here in Ward 8, I don't think I really truly being in the streets is getting bad. Ever since the swim team has been gone, I got 3 young fellas that I used to take out is now fighting serious felony charges. And the more we just talk about it, the longer we just talk about it, the more we're gonna lose. The more kids we're gonna lose to these streets. And me, yeah, I come from the streets, but I don't want these kids to go the same route that we had to go. And to be honest, we had more programming back then. So I would love for somebody from DPR, the top people in DPR, to come up Furby Hope as soon as possible and meet with the community. Show some support. Show us that you really want change, and let's get it done. I don't care to make a dollar. I just want the top people to come and let's get this programming going. If I gotta come every day, if they listening, I want my voice heard as soon as possible. Let's go. Let's get this done. Let's do what we gotta do.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Prince. Thank you. I did want to ask a question. And Ms. Financy,
Yeah.
you said one of the key issues was staff was not engaged in the community. And you said you don't see them monitoring, reporting issues.
Well, like if there's a hole in the ground or the trash isn't getting picked up or the trash cans are overflowing or the water fountains aren't working. It just seems like the neighbors are reporting those. We used to see before the rec center, and I'm sorry if it's really loud here, but the wood chipper from the trees that got cut down in the park is right outside my house. But like Mr. Hart, who was at the rec center before, he would walk the grounds. And so he would engage with people and talk to them. He would come outside the building. He's no longer the staff person there.
How long has he been gone?
Since the construction. I don't remember where he went. If he retired, he might have retired.
Okay. Was there any conversation with the community about him not being there? I know you said
no, and there was no meet and greet, and it seems like a pervasive or a recurring theme, just sort of the idea of customer service, engaging. I mean, when 15 years ago, when my kids were little, I used to take them over to Turtle Park, and they had a wonderful staffer, Mr. Enrique, and he was always walking that park, and he knew everybody's name. He was checking the splash pad, checking the playground, like every day. You might see him inside his office 10% of the time, but he was out and about and just making sure nothing was broken. It was really great.
I know there's some theory, and anybody can chime into this, about that the DPR or any agency move people around because it keeps them fresh, so they won't become complacent, or they may get lackadaisical at that particular site or not following the additional rules or giving too many passes to people that should be following certain rules because of their relationship. Do you think it's an effective mode of functionality based on what you see in the community, or what's your take on that? And I'm gonna start with you, Ms. Finessi, while you're still up.
I mean, I could see that possibility, but I also, when I was listening to Mr. Prince, and I'm a teacher, and with kids, and especially with kids who have had trauma in their lives, I think trusted adults are huge. And this person at the rec center might be one of the few trusted adults in their life. A rec center like Lafayette might be able to absorb more change as long as the people were kind of trained in customer service. But I think having valued relationships is really going to be important. And it seems to be especially important for boys in my experience, just with school. Like and especially if they can also have like a trusted male adult, I think it's super important. So maybe there need to be more than one staffer, and maybe one staffer rotates and one is the trusted adult, and that could be a solution to keep those issues with passes and, familiarity, something like that.
Gotcha. Anybody else want to chime in? I'm sorry, I'm over my time. And we got two other members here that wants to talk. Councilmember Janice Lewis George, followed by Councilmember Zachary Parker. Sorry.
Thank you, Trayon. Can I chime in to your response? I wanted to just say, we've had the same movement. We're seeing movement too happening with our staffs, and a particular example was last year at Petworth. We moved Mr. St. Michael Anthony. He's retiring now. He's about to. I think he's retiring in August from DPR. But he was at Petworth for years. I mean, years at our Petworth Recreation Center. A trusted adult male figure. Who did great work, and we were begging him not to be moved, and they ended up moving him. And since then, Petworth has seen an increase in incidents. He knew all of the, we have all the daycares there. He knew all the daycare staff. He walked around with the kids. They knew him. They felt protected because we had incidents where, the staff, daycare staff with the children, now having issues, because he's not there. We had issues, individuals, being out there, participating in illicit activities. When Mr. Anthony was there, they wouldn't dare do it because they respected him. So he could talk to the young guys, and they wouldn't be out there, smoking weed right where the kids are. Mr. Anthony would be like, hey, we're not doing this. This is not what we do. This is our community. This is our home. This is how we show example. And I just think that was a clear example. And then when he left, the amount of calls that went to 4th District increased. The amount of emails that came to our office in DPR increased. He was not just sort of a community stronghold. He was keeping public safety for Petworth. And since then, we've seen a decline. So for me, I just think when we have individuals like that, we got to keep them. I mean, and keep them in the areas that they're in. He's now retiring. So there we go. We're going to lose some of those good people because of some of those movements. So I just wanted to weigh in there. But let me go to, and Prince, I just want to say to you, thank you for your testimony, and thank you for the work that you continue to do. I want you to know, like, everything you said was just so affirming because, you represent your neighborhood, but the sort of things we've hearing about people being nasty to other people, being nasty or dismissive to people who want to help, who want to be a part, who want to do work. That's the same themes we're experiencing uptown, so it's very reaffirming for those of us, I think for those of us who are testifying from the Ward 4 side and Ward 5 to hear like, oh, this not just happening to us, this is happening to multiple people. But I just want to just thank you for your boldness and being willing to talk, speak truth to power in this situation about what's really happening. And I think it goes a great deal. And Ms. Henderson, thank you for being an ANC commissioner. Again, we're having a theme where we have ANC commissioners not being listened to, friends groups not being listened to. It's not just being listened to, being consulted, being considered a partner. And that's a theme, right? Like that's a theme we're seeing. And these are people who, again, ANC commissioners volunteer of their time. Friends groups volunteer of their time. You got volunteers giving of their time and energy to improve, to try to improve neighbors and meeting dismissiveness. So, Ms. Laura Finizzi, I just want to ask you, and I think you put it best when you said it, doing it to us, not with us and not for us. That's really just the theme we're seeing across the board right now. But I wanted to ask you, because the current project that's going on right now, we've been unsuccessful in getting information about it. I asked earlier already. I just want to make sure I have everything covered. What are some of the current issues that we're experiencing right now with this project that we need to try to DPR needs to course correct, or it's going to lead to greater problems for soil erosion and for the community?
I think it would be really helpful if we could have a meeting with the project director, that's Brent Sisko, and the engineers, and find out exactly what they're planning. Like right now, I'm looking out my window and I see construction equipment that's close to the roots of trees. Like, tree has a trunk and then it has the branches go out, and kind of under all those branches, that's the root bed, and you're not supposed to drive equipment on that root bed. Where are they going to be digging? Where is the drainage going to go? What's the plan for these bioretention gardens? They also didn't have any plans, as far as I could see, for really mitigating erosion at the top of the hill. Somebody, I think it was John Stokes at DGS, told someone that there's an archaeological site. I've lived in Athens, Greece, where they had legit archaeological sites, and they're like digging the metro. This is not Athens, Greece. Like, there's probably some buried trash up there, but like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And maybe there's a reason, but I would want to catch water at the top of the hill and maybe have some dry wells and things, rather than like wait for it to start going down a hill and then catch it on the move. That doesn't seem so efficient. And why they aren't honoring the promise that they made on record with the National Capital Planning Commission to fix the erosion in the back. I would just like them to go through the nitty gritty and give us an opportunity to redirect. I think neighbors had consulted with some experts, had some ideas that we thought were cost effective, wouldn't cost more. And there was like, they're just hell bent on going ahead with what they've got.
Yeah.
And I don't know if their stuff is going to work because they won't go over in detail.
Yeah. Is there anything you see? I know Elizabeth spoke about it earlier, just right now, that we could just redirect just from our observations. I mean, it's been really tough for us to get commitments to meetings at this point. So any redirection we can give them that potentially maybe the project team will listen to, is there any redirection we can give them now? Just sort of the locations of some of the beds that they're trying to put in, or things. I think Elizabeth was saying there's kids are going to now have to like try to climb up through the bushes to try to get to a certain area.
So like Lafayette Park, the block has like Broad Branch Road on one side and 33rd Street on the other side. Those run north-south, right? And they're going to put bioretention gardens, from what we can tell, kind of east-west. But there are a lot of paths. There are paths that go from the top of the hill, a gazebo, down to the playground at the school. And then there's a rec center, and there are paths that go from the rec center down to the track and the baseball field. And from the diagrams, it looks like they're taking out all those paths. So you're talking about the kid who's down at the track, wants to go up to the rec center to use the bathroom, and you're going to ask that child to go all the way over to 33rd Street?
Right.
No, kids aren't going to do that. Or you're going to ask the kid, who's up at wants to go playground, wants to go up to the gazebo, to the water fountain, walk all the way to Broad Branch Road and up and back around. And then that's going to destroy the gardens. And also all the bioretention gardens that are currently on the campus are a mess because they never got maintained. The maintenance guys dumped.
We don't have the funds for maintenance as a city for it. That's right. That's a whole other issue.
So I just, and there was no outline.
And then they're going to depend on the Friends group to help maintain those, by the way, but continue.
Yeah, but they wouldn't even give us mulch this year for cleanup. I think the Friends group, that's what I heard from the president. I don't.
Understood. Okay.
But yeah, one thing is interesting is the agencies say that because DGS won't meet, that they won't meet. Why? Why can't DPR meet without DGS there? Or is DGS the big daddy that they got to get permission from? Are they not authorized to talk to neighbors?
I don't know, but I know it's one executive at the end of the day.
Right, but they're supposed to work for us.
Oh no, I understand.
And they're not. Yeah,
it's one executive. So, all right, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you to this panel as well, and I will pass it back to the chair.
Thank you. Ward 5 Councilmember Zachary Parker. Councilmember Parker, you still here? Hey.
He's doing Ward 5 facility walkthroughs right now, so I'm sure he'll hop back on. I left him at the Ward 5.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna move right along here. Commissioner Henderson, if you can stay on, because I know that Miss Trista Dunlap wanted you to read her testimony. I'm not sure if you're able to do that now, but we'll come back in a moment. Give me 1 second.
I'm happy to remain in the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Marlene Berlin, Hillary Kaser, Mark Williams. There's somebody else. Renee Campbell. Lynn Brown, I'm sorry. Lynn Brown. Miss Lynn Brown, I apologize. You can go
You
first.
guys need water and snacks? Yeah, please.
Mr. Campbell, you can
Guys,
mute your.
let me back up.
Slim Brown, you can go right ahead.
Okay. My video stopped. Okay, just a minute.
Yeah. The two people with the phone on at the same time, somebody needs to mute their phone so it won't echo. There we go.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank the Department of Recreation, Miss Theeney, for the senior division. I'm a senior, and also I'm in Ward 8, and I just really appreciate her bringing everything over onto the southeast side, because in so many ways we are forgotten, and I just feel like that she really round wells and thought about how seniors their teeth are bad because of age, and the bones are brittle, and all the different activities that she thinks about us, and even with the food that we had at the senior fest, where we had watermelon, and it dehydrated, and it helped us, as we're going through these hot spells. A lot of us, forget. And I really think that, she really thought things out, even with the Christmas, where she had hot food and cold food, like something real cold to drink, and something, and our meals were hot, and they was well planned where we had mixed vegetables, which some of us don't even eat vegetables, even though we are older, I would say. We go back into a child state and we just eat meat and bread. And and she gave us a balanced meal, and where to help us, so we'll be able to be in the community and be able to pass down legacies to the young people. And I just really think about that, the goodness of it. And I am really grateful for Miss Feeney. I really am. Thank you.
Thank you. Hillary Kaxer? Kaser?
Thank you. Let me see, can I fix this? So thank you very much for this opportunity. So I don't see the timer. I'm gonna try to keep myself in with my 3 minutes. I got 3 things to talk about in 3 minutes. The therapeutic aquatics, senior rec programming in Ward 7 on the east side, staffing and programming, and Guy Mason Rec Center lunch and movie equipment. So first off, great thanks to you, committee chair and Councilmember Trayon White, this committee and the DC Council for allocating funding for our interim therapeutic aquatic services for 2023 and for 2024. Chair Trayon, you talked about bonding. We have so many of these newer facilities with maintenance issues, and we really, really are hopeful that what Mayor Bowser said at the DC Senior Fest at UDC last month, that the new Joy Evans facility, including therapeutic aquatics, will in fact open in September. As you know, this project is not only 2 years behind schedule, but who knows how many millions of dollars over the original $45 million that was originally budgeted for it to be completed 2 years ago. The interim therapeutic aquatic program money that you so applaud you for allocating for us for 2024 did not get spent because the almost brand new couple 3-year-old facility in PG County that you allocated the funding for us to go to has been closed indefinitely since the end of 2023 for repairs. You are so right to talk about bonding. And please follow up with our DC facilities that are new that should be expected to last a little bit. You can get that information about that PG County facility at SRAWC. That's the Southern Regional Aquatic Wellness Center, temporarily, indefinitely closed. Number 2, Marvin Gaye, talking about relationships. They had Mignon Roberts was doing all the senior programming over there, has a lot of strong relationships with the seniors. She has been redetailed over to Emory Rec in Ward 4. So there is somebody replacing her, but they're going to be completely tied up with summer camp, which should be a priority, but not to the exclusion of the senior programming. And also with the summer youth employment, but they used to have partnerships with MPD, with Taco Tuesday and Bingo on Wednesday. They still have, because the TR Center is temporarily located at Woody Ward, they have exercise at Woody Ward on Tuesday and Thursday and nothing else for the seniors. As one of the regular participants said to me, what about Monday, Wednesday, Friday? I emailed Ms. Director Thena Freeman. I emailed Michael Watts and Brittany Wagner. I called DeMontez Blackwell. I haven't had any response to any of them about that inquiry. Third and finally, regarding over on the west side at Guy Mason, the movie program, you should be aware that that program only even exists through the generosity of a DPR staff member who donated the DVD player, but the volume is somewhat limited. And of course, the audience is seniors who may have hearing challenges. And the screen that I believe DPR did provide is very pale. The color is not saturated. It looks like the screen brightness is turned all the way dim when in fact it's turned all the way up bright. And again, the audience of seniors may have vision challenges. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share these concerns with you today.
Thank you. Commissioner Henderson, were you able to get that testimony from Ms. Dunlap or?
Yes, and it is the testimony of, let's see, Miss Trista Dunlap.
Okay, go right ahead.
Yes, good morning, all. My name is Trista Dunlap. I am here to give my testimony on the concerns that I have for Tacoma Aquatic and Recreation Center. I have lived in Ward 4 since 2020. I enjoy going to the aquatic center to swim. However, my concerns are with the customer service of the staff, the cleanliness of the pool, and the showers, and the temperature of the summer meals, and the freshness of the summer meals. On Monday, July 8th, 2024, I visited the aquatic center. The customer service was very unprofessional. The bottom of the pool on the leisure side was atrocious and disgusting, and the water was very, very salty. I walked through the recreation center and grabbed a summer lunch. The chicken salad on the flatbread was warm and the flatbread was wet. The broccoli was warm, the mayonnaise was loose and unedible. On Tuesday, July 9th, 2024, my granddaughter, and I were swimming. The leisure side of the pool, I was told, was swept, which is why there was still debris in the bottom of the pool. The water also had a slight salty taste, and I was told that the pool was shocked. The customer service of the front desk and some of the lifeguards yesterday were unwelcoming. We were given a summer meal yesterday when we left the pool for my granddaughter, and I grabbed one to make sure that it was edible and the food had a chill to it. But the turkey was spoiled, the cheese looked old, and overall it was unedible. Parents are working while their kids are in these camps and have no idea that their kids are throwing away the food, then taking out in the heat then they're taken out in the heat on an empty stomach, no hats on, no sunscreen being applied to these kids in this heat, and it's concerning. I reported these issues to Councilmember George's office, Louis George's office, who advised me to sign up for this hearing, and the operation manager for DPR pools, Mr. Dion Moore, who listened to my concerns, acted on them, and left an open door for communications. I have been advocating for many years here in the district, not just for myself, but for the people and my community. Thank you, and this is the testimony for Trista Dunlap, which I am happy to read at the request of Councilmember White.
Thank you so much, Commissioner, for giving that. I want to jump to Councilman Parker. Are you back yet? You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. I was in transit, so I missed some of the testimony, but I wanted to follow up with Commissioner Henderson about the request for the movies in the park. Can you share that correspondence with my office? And I guess my question generally would be, I think you said there were 3 separate requests. When was the last request that you're saying you didn't get a response from DPR?
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. I'm happy to share those requests with you. I'm also waiting for your reply to the last email that I sent you last week.
And what is the date of the last email to DPR?
It's it's last week. I sent the emails last week. I will follow up with you. I don't have them in front of me.
Okay.
But I've shared my concerns with you, and I look forward to your responsiveness and any traction that you can get to address the concerns of my community.
Thank you. And I do plan to bring up questions around the park. It was being framed as a DPR facility, but Councilmember White, it's a new proposed park in the Carver-Langston community. But I'll also follow up with Director Freeman about the request and just get a better sense of process. What is clear to me from everyone that's testified here, and I have been listening in, is that there's a need to strengthen the feedback loop, and there are questions around responsiveness. So I too will bring that up with Director Freeman. But for now, that's all the questions I have, Councilmember White.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want to go to you, Ms. Lynn Brown. Is she still here? You spoke to, I'll say this, she here now. One of the things we've heard is some of the recurring themes, and I've been writing down how many times I've heard some of these adjectives to describe how people feel and think of what's happening. I've heard customer service, unprofessional, unwelcoming, nasty, dismissive. Again, lack of community engagement, those types of things. But I think that one of the things that I know, that this is not the total picture of DPR. Because I know that Director Freeman has been responsive to a lot of the issues, and also Associate Director Marcus Coates. And what we want to try to figure out, what are some of the new systems that could be put in place to make sure this is across the board, and a way that residents can communicate to DPR. That way they don't have to call me or call this office to try to mitigate some of the miscommunication and misunderstandings that they're having. And what I'm hearing from Ms. Brown is that the seniors are excited and energized about the level of programming, the diet, the food, nutrition that's happening with the seniors, and the level of engagement with the seniors. So I think that that is happening, not just in Ward 8, but across the district, as far as DPR is concerned, and all other government agencies as well. And so I'm excited to hear that, not just from Ms. Brown, there was someone else earlier who spoke about that and the level of commitment by the director to address that. And so I wanted to ask Ms. Brown about that. I'm not sure if she's still here now. It doesn't look like she's still here. So I'm gonna jump to Ms. Hillary, who is still here. You were pretty precise with your time, but I feel like you had a lot to say and with a lot of passion. And I didn't know, I heard you mention Marvin Gaye, but I'm not sure where the $45 million was slated to be completed, but it's 2 years and not completed. Which facility are you referring to? You're still muted.
That was Joy Evans, and I apologize. I was talking so quick that I mixed everything up. So thank you for coming back around. The 45 was the original budget for the construction of the new Joy Evans, but that was back, when it was first put into planning 3 years ago, when it was supposed to be done 2 years ago, and it's 2 years behind schedule. I don't know what the budget override is, overage.
Yeah, sometimes in the out years, even though it's placed in the budget in the out years, I get my staff to figure out where exactly was in the DC comp plan and in the budget. And so, but for clarity, that's Joy Evans.
Yeah, Joy Evans is the one that, because you all did such a wonderful job for us, both in the current fiscal year that we're finishing out, and then last year too, because after COVID, all the pools shut down, and then the one therapeutic recreation center never opened back up, and then they put that construction. That's where the 45 million came from. It was supposed to be done 2 years ago. Now, Mayor Bowser did say at the Senior Fest last month that was going to be done in September. It's looking close to completion. And then that gets to that question that you were, again, very validly raising about bonding, because we got all these new facilities, and I'm very hopeful that it's going to open finally, way behind schedule. Don't know what the cost is, but that it will remain open, unlike that one in Prince George's, the Southern Regional Aquatic Wellness Center. I hope it wasn't the same contractor, because that building's no more than about 3 years old, and it's been closed for the vast majority of this fiscal year. That's why we haven't been using the interim programming that you gave us support for, because they have some maintenance problem with their relatively brand new facility.
Gotcha. and some of this money was also dedicated from Mary Bowser. We are looking to where we are with that. Thank you for that. And I also heard you mention Marvin Gaye
Yes,
and
sir.
and M- Minion Roberts.
Yes, sir.
Was moved. How long ago was this?
Couple weeks. She took 2 weeks off for over the 4th of July holiday to deal with some family issues. And at some point, I think at like around the time that she took the time off, she found out that she was starting back this week at Emory.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I have attended some of her programming for the seniors at Marvin Gaye, and I know how extremely dedicated and involved she is with the seniors. She knows people individually, what individual people's needs are. She had in the summer of 2023, because as you know, and it should be a priority, summer camp, but it should not be to the exclusion of anything else. And so last year she was able to fight to get the programming for the seniors to continue at Marvin Gaye. And she had the same thing in place for this year, right up until when she moved 2 weeks ago, or after her leave. They had Taco Tuesday with Metro Police Department and Bingo Wednesdays and other programming all through the summer that she put into place for the seniors, alongside where DPR is prioritizing summer camp and supervising the summer youth employment program hires. But now that she's gone, all of that is gone. So I don't think that's a good service to the seniors that we're really using that on a regular basis.
Got it. Got it. I don't have any more. Thank you for that. I don't have anything more for this particular panel.
Thank
Councilman Lewis George, you?
No questions. Thank you so much to this panel.
All right, Councilmember Parker. Okay. Thank you guys. And thank you, Commissioner Henderson. You had your hand raised?
May I just say something very quickly?
All right. Go ahead.
Yes, I want to thank you for this opportunity and to remind the public that advisory neighborhood commissioners serve as elected liaisons between approximately 2,100 citizens, the mayor, the council, and all of the district agencies. So when the ANCs reach out to the directors or the agencies, they have a duty to respond. And it certainly would help your staff to stay focused on legislation as opposed to addressing customer service issues or lack of responsiveness. But again, thank you for the opportunity to share with you some concerns that we're having in my community and for everyone else that shared about the serious concerns they're having in their communities.
Thank you. We're going to shift to the government portion of this hearing. We are joined by the Director of the Department of Parks and Recs for DC, Ms. Steenie Freeman. If we can elevate the leadership of DPR to the panel. Right, we're waiting. Are we seeing DPR's leadership here? Still coming in the room. Director, do you need some more time?
Yeah. Can you also Amy?
Director, do you need some more time?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Paquito.
Can you elevate Amy Kaspari?
Yes, Amy. Ms. Kaspari, if you're coming on, if you can cut your screen on so we can swear you in if you plan on speaking. As you all know, it's the practice of this council to swear in all government witnesses. You can let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, council member. I'm ready.
Can you start by raising your right hand? Do you swear or affirm? Do you swear and affirm under the penalty of perjury the testimony you're about to give today is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Director Freeman, do you have an opening statement?
I do.
Okay, you go right ahead.
Ready?
Yep.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Recreation, Libraries, and Youth Affairs, and thank you to the members of the public for joining us today. I am Feenie Mack Freeman, Director of the DC Department of Parks and Recreation. I am pleased to be here today to provide this midpoint update on our DPR summer operations, as well as all that we have accomplished and what else we have on deck for the rest of the summer in the district. DPR operates an expansive inventory of amenities, including over 80 recreation centers, 36 pools and aquatic centers, 244 park sites, urban farms, and community gardens. We are the district provider of the powerful playgrounds, athletic fields, spray parks, tennis courts, pickleball courts, dog parks, community gardens, and more. I am tremendously proud of the programs and facilities that DPR operates here in the District of Columbia, which has been recognized for 4 consecutive years as the #1 park system in the United States by the Trust for Public Land. Since Memorial Day weekend, we have served over 350,000 residents in our recreation and aquatic facilities, including most of 33,000 in Ward 8 alone. Those numbers of residents were able to visit a fitness center to get a workout in. To stay healthy and cool off in a swimming pool. Hit the heavy bag to become the next championship boxer from DC, or shoot hoops during open gym, all for free and essentially right in their neighborhoods. Every day we provide a valuable service to district residents at dozens and dozens of locations throughout all 8 wards. As we sit here today, thousands of young people are in DPR's care and our beloved summer camps. At Berry Farm Recreation Center, campers today are enjoying a visit from the Roving Leaders Fun Wagon or gaining exposure to tennis through our tennis enhancements. At Emory Heights Community Center, children will hear from agency partners at the Office of Unified Communications, learning about importance of 911 and when to call for an emergency. At Columbia Heights Recreation Center, they may be taking a field trip to Great Waves Water Park or Port Discovery in Baltimore. At Arthur Capper Community Center, we are hosting some of our award-winning boost camps, which provide a specific focus and a robust educational component focusing on robotics, art, and science, to name a few. And as DPR campers do every single weekend during camp, even as we sit in this round table, the campers at Edgewood are swimming safely at Langdon Park Pool, supported by dedicated staff and lifeguards who make sure every pool visit is a safe one. But we can show you better than we can tell you. We've put together a brief video highlighting the work that we've done already this summer. Nolan Treadway is sharing his screen.
I can't hear any sound. I can see the video.
On this side, pause the video. You have to share the sound.
Ms. Treadway, you might have to unmute yourself. Play it again and see if the sound come on.
Who's on their phone? Give me my phone. Sign in. Right here. Show me right there. Okay. Stop doing it. Please turn the volume.
The sound on. Are they trying to set it to the TV? Let's see.
All right, play it.
Thank you. I am so proud of the dedicated employees at DPR. From those who have worked at DPR literally for decades to our seasonal hires and our Marionberry Summer Youth Employment participants, we serve the district in dynamic ways. In addition to facilitating programs and opening our facilities, we provide jobs and professional development to our residents to help set them on a productive path for life. Along with our permanent staff, we have hired 587 employees in a wide range of roles, everything from lifeguards. We focused on training, first aid training, CPR. We started our first aid program. All of our summer hires attended a camp university to help teach skills to facilitate summer camp. We strive to make our employees better through trainings. Our employees are productive, and they move through careers by starting with DPR, from our junior roving leaders to our recently implemented junior lifeguards. Our mission is to develop and grow people. We are the largest partner in the Marion-Barrow Summer Youth Employment Program. We host young people ages 11 through 24 with the addition of the CRESP. We introduced a leadership development camp this year led by our roving leaders team, our boost camps, and our cultural arts programs in various camps throughout the city. Youth are experiencing hands-on learning, experiential learning models. For our college and career readiness youth, they've been placed in our recreation centers as camp aides and are working to support our administrative offices and aquatics division. We're especially proud to note that 17 of our in-school interns are now full-time DPR seasonal employees. They started with our SYIP program, and through that year-long training, they graduated this year, and now they're working full-time with DPR, not through MBSYP, but actually through DCHR. Our signature programs and our boost programs, it really warms my heart to see the young Washingtonians attend camps. They grow up to assist facilitating summer camps. As an agency, we administer dynamic programs. DPR is a complicated task, but one we are very accustomed to performing. Our greatest asset is our people. I especially want to thank our team and our staff. For a brief moment of silence, we lost recently 3 team members: Paula Allen, Zakia Booby Brown, and as of late, Fairby Hope lifeguard Bruce Atkins. We are constantly adjusting to the development and deployment of these valuable resources. Being able to operate hundreds of programs and serve thousands of residents requires an agile agency that can allocate human resources to serve district residents best. In addition to staff in the recreation centers, we have a team of customer care professionals who answer concerns and questions directly via phone and email in English and in Spanish. These DPR employees fielded over 8,000 phone calls in May and June and responded to 1,600 emails, answering questions, helping with program registration, and guiding people to obtain permits for our facilities. Just last night, we hosted Ward 8 residents for the first in our series of virtual meetings to provide the community with updates on the new construction and modernization projects in their ward. That was just the first of the series of ward by ward meetings on capital projects, and it's just another way we are expanding our community engagement and meeting residents. Serving residents is at the very core of what we do at DPR and what we do best. We have 5,000 people taking part in our over 400 programs this summer, including swimming, gymnastics, intro to lacrosse, cardio, and boot camp, tennis, pickleball, our arts programs, and much more. We do not rest our laurels on DPR. We are trendsetters nationally and in the world of parks and recreation landscape. Our late night hype series on Friday night are our premier teen engagements and has been the template for similar events from Baltimore to Baton Rouge. What we do at our agency for district residents is the envy of parks and recreation departments across the United States. Philly just celebrated getting Wi-Fi at their recreation centers, something that we've had through our district and our mayors implemented for years. Speaking of events, we have already hosted over 75 events this summer, serving over 11,000 residents. And we have almost twice that number of events still to come this summer, where we anticipate serving another 30,000 residents. Our roving leaders, which we are proud to count as UN alumni, are hosting movie nights throughout July and August, where community members can pull up a chair, grab some popcorn, and watch an outdoor movie. And we will continue to host signature events throughout the summer, including Roving Leaders Day on July 20th and the 10th annual Chuck Brown Day on August 17th. Those are just the events that DPR hosts itself. We also provide access to our facilities and our parks to allow residents to host permitted events, sports, and programs on their own. We have already issued over 5,000 permits and anticipate adding another 10,000 permits to that number before the summer is over. In conclusion, I want to thank you for providing this opportunity for DPR to provide a midsummer update on our operations. The work is vital to the community. I'm pleased to be given this platform to share how proud I am of the staff and the work that we've done. I want to state, I know that there has been talk about staff placement in our recreation centers. I know that the community has expressed their thoughts on staffing in our recreation centers. And before we get started, I just like to state that we do not speak on staffing concerns and/or staffing issues, but I will gladly answer any other questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Freeman. I appreciate that. I want to thank you and the many staff at DPR that work tirelessly every day to make DC the #1 park center, #1 park system in the country. And you all do some remarkable work. Even prior to being the chair of this committee, I've attended DPR. As you mentioned, as I mentioned, I'm a former DPR employee. A lot of what I learned about government, good, bad, and indifferent, came through my lenses from working with DPR. With that being said, with any government agency, we have a lot of things that work well and some things that don't. And as leaders, it's our job to analyze and have a bigger vision of how to fix it and address it. I guess preliminary, I want to start off with talking about how do you get feedback from staff in the agency?
That's a great question. So we have, staff can work with their managers for that. Staff also, staff have performance plans. There's mid-year evaluation. And then we host regular staff meetings. So feedback is a gift. And, where there's open dialogue and open communication with our human capital resources.
How do you, as the director of the agency, get feedback from staff directly?
Oh, directly. So we have our labor management meetings quarterly. We're about to have an executive training with our executive leadership from our local AFGE 2741.
How often do you interact with everyday lay people that works in the agency?
Often. So I visit the sites. I have I have an office in the community. And I'm at most of our events. So I'm always, when I got to the agency, one of the things that I did, I put every staff member's name on my wall so that I could learn who was where. I've been intentional about when I walk into a recreation center about knowing who the staff are at those centers, greeting staff by name, because I understand how important that is, especially with change management, understanding that in order for people to follow the leader, they have to follow the heart. So connecting with staff is extremely important to me.
Yeah, I thank you. And in your response, I know you mentioned some interactions with staff through the union or some of the upper level meetings you're having. There, as you know, has been some disagreement, misunderstanding, some people that don't feel heard in the agency. So, and I guess I want to know from you, once you get that, however it's layered up, what's the process of dealing with some of those grievances from staff. And I heard you say managers. Sometimes people have issues with their managers or may not feel comfortable talking to their managers. And I know in some other agencies, some directors set up like a box to put here, or people email them directly, or they have a different types of policy and procedures how to communicate if someone needs to escalate what they're thinking and feeling in the agency. I guess my question to that is what do you do with the feedback given to you about how staff is feeling, thinking, or things they want to see happen as an employee?
So as a recreator, we're always excited about staff who have ideas and want to implement things. I mentioned Paula Allen, who the agency recently lost. And one thing that Paula shared with me was that she wanted to do a line dance training, and she wanted to travel to do a line dance training. And that was something that we supported her in doing. And then there's so we always support staff, especially when they're visionaries, want to create opportunities that create additional opportunities for us to serve the community. We support that wholeheartedly. I think if there are grievances, we do encourage staff to follow the process. There's the DPM that's laid out in addition to the CBA. I never want to interfere because I want to be, when necessary, the person who, if, the lay person who is unfamiliar with the intricacies of it. And so I always encourage staff, if there's a grievance, to follow the process. But if there is an opportunity to serve, and if that's what the staff want to do, we're here for it. I mean, I will say late night hype was an idea of a staff member. That was an idea that took off and became a thing. Chuck Brown Day was an idea of a staff member. The junior lifeguard program was an idea, so I think that is necessary, especially as recreators.
Thank you. And today I know you've been listening and some of your staff been listening. We heard from the young lady, Miss Raven Jones, who, come through DC, go to our schools, go to in college now at Trinity University, and something happened where she was let go from the agency. What is your role in a situation like that, if any? Because I heard you say you let it play out and like people to go through the process. And I assume if she was there only for 2 weeks, she's not unionized. So how does that work?
It's so correct. As you know, the roving leaders, I trust the leadership of the roving leaders under Danielle Hunter. I will say, I laugh and I joke, and I'm going to say this on the record, and I may hear about it later in my home. My daughter was fired from DPR when she came to work years ago. And I think sometimes people make assumptions, and I can't speak on her. So please, this is not about Raven at all. But what I heard was someone who say, I've been connected to this agency for 10 years, and now, I want to work here. I'll leave that alone because I think that that's good that we created an environment where people want to work. We do have a junior roving leaders program where we have, and that's through our partnership with DOES, where young people can get paid and trained. I will say that, as you know, working for DPR, it comes with a lot of responsibilities. This has nothing to do with the young lady. And I think sometimes you can see something and believe that I can just show up, but then there's a different expectation. I have no idea. The first time I heard about this situation was when she mentioned it.
Thank you. And follow up to that, how do you get feedback from the community?
So we host community engagement forums. We're always in the community. I know that there are QR codes within the recreation centers where people can give feedback. We do receive emails often. I know through our external affairs, we have a external affairs email. Again, we have received over 7,700 calls since Memorial Day weekend. So over 1,600 emails, and that's just to our customer service team. alone. So there is a lot of communication that goes out to and from the community.
Thank you. And I heard one of the persons testifying was saying that in her community, there were 8 meetings about a particular project. And in several other instances, they said there were no meetings, no follow-up, no return calls, no emails back. Just consistently throughout this hearing. I've been a part of several different hearings, so I hear the holistic, and I know a lot of people in DC. So people always want to tell me something. Just the nature of who I am and what I do. I guess my question from that is, from the 7,700 calls, 1,600 emails, what is the process in place to follow up and get back to these community members?
So that's a great question. And we're looking, our call volume increases heavily around program offering times. I heard the young lady testify that she's been trying to get into the swim camp and she logs on and in 5 minutes they're full. That is true, unfortunately. I heard Mr. Jordan speak about about the swimming program at Fairby Hope. I want to acknowledge, it is my belief, it's my understanding that the loss of the staff member, Mr. Atkins, may have contributed to that opportunity that was supposed to happen. And so the team is following up and will follow up to make sure that that happens. But so the lottery system that we implemented for camp, we're working with the vendor to see how we can implement that in our extremely popular programs, such as our aquatics programs. We're also working to see how we can strengthen and partner with others to implement our Learn to Swim program, because it is definitely in high demand.
10 seconds. So if someone gets an email, the email goes from where to where to where? If you can give us a good description of how that flows to get resolved. Can you hear me, Director?
I guess I can, but I'm trying to understand. You said if someone gets an email that goes from where to where to where. I'm trying to understand that.
Just trying to understand what processes are in place to respond to community members. Is there a policy around the amount of time someone has to respond to an email? Is there a policy to get resolved? Does it get escalated to another person? Is there just those type of things? Because we're hearing those reoccurring things now because of
So I will say I heard there were instances of I believe that those to be isolated instances more so than the norm, because our team is extremely responsive. I know Friends of Lafayette Park, for example, I know that they once had a Friends of agreement that expired. The individual that they were working with, Katie, is no longer with the agency. So there's an opportunity there for us to strengthen that, to make sure that there's active communication, just to make sure, because I can hear that if a community perceives or feels like they have not been responded to, then that is in fact a fact for that individual. And so there's opportunities along the way where we can strengthen. But typically, if someone sends an email to the agency, we're responding within 24 to 48 hours.
Thank you. I'm over my time. Councilmember Janisha Lewis-George.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Director Freeman. How are you?
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. I want to start with pools in Ward 4, if I could. And I want to start with the recently announced closure of Roosevelt Pool. So on the morning of Monday, July 1st, constituents contacted my office because DPR employees told them Roosevelt was closing for the rest of the summer, the pool, due to staffing issues. And then later Monday morning, DPR announced Roosevelt will be closed from July 8th until July 22nd for maintenance. And then the next day, even after the announcement, DPR staff told other constituents that the pool was closed until the 22nd. And then they intimated because DPR fired site staff at Roosevelt. DPR yesterday confirmed no lifeguard was terminated at Roosevelt. And then my office was also contacted by a constituent who was told by the Roosevelt staff on June 11th that there was no chlorine in the pool, but the public could swim at their own risk. And so what I'm trying to figure out is, as we are talking about DPR's community engagement, can you provide any insight as to why and how DPR site staff were telling district residents information that was incorrect and did not match what DPR said publicly?
So thank you for that. I hear that there is an opportunity for coaching and development. All of our formal communication comes out through Nixle. We knew that Roosevelt was going to have to come offline for the maintenance, the preventive maintenance. We're trying to take care of our indoor pools, especially at our schools now. So because you have to, so typically our pools, our indoor pools that are standalone, like the Dean Woods, the Berry Farms, they go through this during the Februarys and the Marches and the, Aprils, because we know that any other time is going to be, the increased usage. So we usually take our school pools offline now while the outdoor pools are open and before schools open, so that you can have the preventive maintenance and whatever necessary repairs in preparation for August when young people or students are back in school. So it is concerning that our staff would informally communicate something to the public that is just not true. And so there's an opportunity here for us to make sure that we are making sure that our staff is getting information in real time so that they can communicate to the public in real time.
Great, thank you. And so it sounds like the schools that are connected to the pools that are connected or within our schools, their preventative maintenance work has to be done during the summer when we're not in the school year, because and the other individuals can go to some of the other pools as a result of that preventative maintenance work that needs to happen, which is understood. When there are pool chemistry issues, does DPR allow the public to swim at their own risk, or is the pool closed?
Again, there's an opportunity here for us
Okay,
to coach
gotcha.
staff.
Okay, so the answer is no. Okay, great. One thing that would help this situation, I think, is the DPR website also does not provide up-to-date information about the availability of pools. So currently there's nothing on the DPR website about Roosevelt being closed. And then as of yesterday, DPR has not put up a sign at Roosevelt sort of indicating the pool closure. And as a result, even when DPR sends an alert like it did on July 1st about the current closing, district residents who don't use text alerts, which often include seniors arriving to pools ready to swim, only find out find a locked door and no explanation. So is DPR open to sort of making sure the DPR website has up-to-date information about the availability of pools? And then is Roosevelt still on target to reopen on the 22nd?
So yes, we are open. It is posted on our indoor pool website, on our page, on our indoor pools, that is posted. We recently this summer, 2024, launched a DPR Splash That page that gives real-time notifications. We can also move those schools to that so that it's one so that people don't have to search for it. So so if your brain is trained to if your brain is trained to look for pools in this one space, you shouldn't have to go to this page and this page and this page. So we can definitely make it more convenient.
Okay. And then Roosevelt still on target to reopen on the 22nd? And then my second question to that is, when Roosevelt pool reopens, will DPR be responsible for janitorial services there? Because the MOU between DPR and DCBS says, quote, DPR buyer agency will contract with DGS for vendor services to clean and stock restrooms and locker rooms if the public utilizes DCBS pools on weekends or during that summer. when DCPS schools are closed. So I don't know what it means for DPR to contract with DGS. So I just wondered, does that mean DPR pays or DGS pays?
No, DPR pays through our MOUs with DGS. So, but we are on target to open, and we will make sure that we're working through all of those things now, but we should be fine.
Okay. I wanted to turn to staffing, particularly the pools. I'm aware of ongoing staffing issues, particularly sort of at Upshur Pool, and in the Petworth neighborhood Facebook listserv. Residents are every day sort of posting they're experiencing waiting lines because the pool needs to wait until 2 lifeguards are on duty. One of the residents just recently, the place is literally said, and I quote, "This place is literally a nightmare. 2 years ago, it was phenomenal, amazing staff, super clean. It was great. We went almost every day. I refuse to go anymore because it's gone downhill." And other neighbors chimed in saying, "I agree." And so this is sort of an everyday thing. What is your reaction to those residents' experiences? Sort of what has changed over the last several years has made the staff situation worse, particularly at Upshur Pool?
I'm not aware of, I am aware of a late arrival of a staff member yesterday. I am not aware of any other times when there was a situation. I do not believe that we have a staffing issue. Our pools have become extremely popular, and we have had an increase in visits. And so, yeah, the staff at Upshur seem to be great. I can't speak to, I can speak to yesterday, but I can't speak to any other time because that hasn't been anything that's been communicated. This is the first I'm hearing.
Okay. I know some people from Petworth have submitted some testimony because they couldn't testify today, but it's something that keeps coming up every day on the Facebook group. Um, and people are, responding every day with another incident. So if you
Okay.
could just do a checkup at Upshur and
Yep,
figure out what's going on, that would be greatly appreciated,
absolutely.
just to make sure it's not a chronic
Absolutely.
persistent issue. As far as staffing levels, what of Ward 4 staffing levels, Roosevelt, Tacoma, Upshur, and I guess what are the staffing levels at our pools? Are they adequately staffed? And by adequately staffed, I mean that staff doesn't have to be shuffled across, from across different places for those pools to be adequately staffed.
So all of our pools are adequately staffed. We will not open up a pool. There is a requirement, not just by DPR, but Department of Health. There is a requirement of the number of individuals who have to be at a site before a pool can open. It is a requirement that a pool operator is present. Of course, we hired about 250 seasonal staff to support our pool operations. And, if there is someone who is running late, and you may have lifeguards there, but the lifeguards cannot open up the pool if a pool operator is not on site, because we don't allow people to swim without chlorine. So a pool operator has to confirm that the appropriate levels of chemicals are in the pool before we just open. So.
Okay. So fully staffed for you includes a pool operator and the required amount of lifeguards.
Correct.
Okay.
And every site is at capacity and has all of the minimum staff assigned to their sites in order to open.
Okay, because we were, again, for whatever reason, DPR staff told ward constituents that Roosevelt, Tacoma, Upshur were having staffing issues because their staff was being moved to Wilson's pool. And so when I ask, is there adequate staffing at all of our Ward 4 pools, that means so much so that no one needs to be moved to Wilson Pool and stop the sort of operations of any of the Ward 4 pools like Roosevelt, Tacoma, and Upshur.
So none of our pools have been affected by Wilson opening. We always had staff and adequate staffing in our budget, and we do make shifts. We will shift. There were staff who were assigned to work at Wilson. And of course, when Wilson was closed, those staff members were shifted to other facilities. And we will continue to make shifts as necessary. However, all pools have the adequate and the minimum number assigned. I'm not sure. It sounds like a vicious game of telephone where someone is saying this, that, and the third. And it really is unfortunate because that's not the case.
Yeah, because it becomes a vicious email box and then a vicious Facebook listserv, email listserv that I got to deal with. So, in that regard, that's why I'm trying to get to the bottom of this. But my round is up for this time, and I will continue on my second round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Parker. You're muted.
Thank you, Councilmember White. And it's good to see you again, Director. I wanted to lift up some of the testimony that we heard, but I want to start with some of the things that are working right. You led with some of the highlights at DPR. What are some of the things that you would point us to for summer operations that you think are really going well at DPR that we might either be able to scale or learn from in the future?
I'm extremely proud of our late night heights. We've had 3 of the 5 were in Ward 8. And I'm extremely excited about 1,350 people came to Oxen Run for late night height. And that is a significant increase. The word is out. We had 1,500 at Ridge Road. And there has not been any instances of violence. Our young people are engaged. They're promoting it on their own social media. And our partnership with MPD, the You Can't Beat the Hype, it's working well. It's giving one anecdotal experience, something that was really interesting to me. There were a group of young men at Berry Farms, and they were standing back whispering, staring at MPD Chief Smith. And I overheard them, and they were apprehensive about meeting her. They wanted to meet her, but of course there's a stigma that she's a police officer. So, but we were able to break that barrier, and she was able to come and engage with a group of youth. Now, what that means long term, I can't speak for, but what I can tell you what it meant on that day was that that the police aren't bad people. And I think that's a moment that data doesn't speak to that, right? You have to experience it to understand that it was refreshing.
And we hear or at least I hear all the time from residents that we need more programming, especially targeted at our youth. So I appreciate you lifting that up. And I just appreciate in these types of hearings to remind people that there's a lot of good in district government. While there's still a lot of work to do to improve, there's a lot that's going right. I wanted to come first to Carver Langston. We heard from one of our commissioners earlier, both about movie requests. I don't want to get into the particulars here on the hearing, but I just what is the general process if a commissioner wants to partner on a movie screening? And then I wanted to circle on the park at 19th and L and just again go over the process, because I think there's some context that was missing based on some of what I heard earlier. But for process of movie screenings, what should our commissioners do if they want to partner with DPR on something like that?
So our movie nights have become extremely popular. And in the past, I know that you could request and permit an inflatable screen, blow it up, and play a DVD. But of course, with the longer daylights, that doesn't work. And so we now have what we call the big show, which is our movie nights. It's a LED screen that's humongous, and it will play in the daylight as well as the evening. And since our movie nights usually start around 7 p.m., and it doesn't get dark until about 8 or so. So the big show goes out. Our movie night, we post on our website and in our permits. Also for all of summer programming, there's a window that's open, I believe, from April and it closes May, where you can request summer dates. I did hear the commissioner. She has in fact emailed me, myself, and Christopher Dwyer, and has received a response regarding her request for movie nights. I hear that her response, you know, the movie nights that she wanted, unfortunately, those dates are booked up. But we will work with her in the community. Our team actually, she requested Starburst Plaza. Our team actually spoke with the owner of the parking lot where Safeway is to see if we could host a movie night there, because again, we don't use the inflatable screen. And we were told no by the owner of that parking lot, as well as the owner of the Aldi parking lot. And so the screen is too big to park on the street. So we're looking to solve and bring a movie night in that particular community. And so that's the answer to that.
And so it sounds like you're committing to following up with the commissioner. If when you could loop my team in so that we can all be on the same page, that would be great. Also, I know there was a mention of the park at 19th and L. From my office's perspective, this is a great addition to the Carver Langston community. It's money that was secured in the budget. It's something that the ANC that has jurisdiction over where the park is wants. It's where we've heard from, I think now over 100 neighbors. This is a net positive for area in Ward 5 that historically many would say hasn't gotten its due or as much investment as necessary. So just in terms of next steps, I know DPR came out and met with the community. It was, I think, 50 plus individuals that came and that were excited about this process. If you could just very quickly name what is the process for next steps on DPR's end.
You are correct. Thank you. We're hosting the ward by ward. I was not aware that there was dissension. We were familiar that there was a lot of advocacy for the park. If I'm not mistaken, there was an ANC resolution in favor of the park. I'll have to,
That's right.
if there's not a resolution, okay. So I think the first I heard of the dissension was today from the community, from the ANC member. And I may have gotten my boundaries confused, because I thought that was a different ANC commissioner. So I could be conflating the two.
No, it is a different ANC commissioner. I take to heart what the testimony that we heard, and at the root of it, I think, is a concern for public safety. We all share concerns for public safety and wanting keeping our parks and recreational spaces safe. I don't think we should necessarily conflate that with the park itself. And so let me just ask this. When does DPR anticipate construction to begin on the park? Do you have that offhand?
Offhand, I do not, but we will host, but we are in the process of hosting our additional community engagement, and I'd like to partner with your office and that ANC. Okay, and so that we can ensure, because if there's a there, we at least want to allow the community to be heard. If there's a portion of the community that we may have unintended missed.
Okay, very quickly, I see my time ticking. The turkey thicket splash pad is out of commission. We have heard a lot of complaints. We're waiting on parts. There's also just routine splash pad maintenance. Any updates there in terms of the turkey thicket splash pad and a timeline when neighbors might expect that to be back up and running?
Yeah, we're partnering with DGS. Hopefully in the next couple of weeks, it will be on. We tried our best to hold on as long as we could. until it just collapsed. But we know that especially with these hot dog days of summer, that is an extremely important amenity. And so we're working with our partners to get that online as soon as possible.
A very specific question. When we had the DC water boil advisory, I heard from several neighbors asking, does this impact splash pads or swimming pools? And there was some ambiguity there. What is the official answer from DPR if ever there is a boil advisory?
So when there's a boil advisory, so most of the splash parks are chlorinated. The ones that are not chlorinated, we take completely offline. And so, and we update that on our splash pad, our real time. But the ones that we're on are chlorinated. I think there are about 5 in our inventory that are not, and we do not use them at all. Again,
so
with
it
our
sounds like
pools,
if
they're
there's
safe.
ever a, sorry. Just confirm it. If there's ever a boil advisory, it seems like it's safe to use the splash pads and swimming pools.
And the pools, correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. That is my time for this round. Thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you. We'll have a round 2 if you all need it. Thank you, Director, for your responses. In closing, I was trying to get an idea about community engagement. And let's on projects specifically, what's your policy around how the community is engaged during projects?
So with capital projects, there's always a time for community input is usually before the design phase. So we do host our meetings. We'll open up the community input if it's feasible, if it's doable. Sometimes what the community want is not aligned with the budget. Sometimes what one community member wants is not aligned with anything. I think giving credit to Councilmember McDuffie and Parker about Reservoir Park, I think that is an example of where there was, community input and, we finally were able to get it open.
Thank you. We heard from, and not even just this here, other hearings where some people feel like they have not been heard. And that's a hit and miss sometimes in all government agencies. But this is a little different because this is one of the frontline agencies to the government in which they meet and interact with government more than most agencies. And let me just, I know you've heard this, but some of the adjectives described was unprofessional, unwelcoming, rude, disrespectful. It says unresolved issues. It says customer service. I just wrote down some of the things people were saying while they were talking, and I know you heard it as well. As the leader of the agency, what's your thoughts around this, and how do you plan to address some of the thoughts and feelings of workers and residents in the district as we continue to make the agency better?
So we've started a series of trainings. You hear me use the term all the time, professionalized play. And I think it's important. Customer service is paramount. And we tell the team all the time, constituents have a right to voice their concerns, and we should listen. And we should listen without having, you don't have to agree with the constituent. You don't have to buy into, but you should listen and provide an outlet. And constituents deserve a response to an email. Most of the time, there are, times when members of the public are abusive in their emails, are degrading or disrespectful to staff in their emails. And at that point, we do not engage. So if someone testified and, they've exhibited any of those behaviors, then it is absolutely reasonable to conceive that they will not have received a response. But people love DPR. We were just rated the Gratitude Awards, where constituents named their #1 agency and what they were grateful for, and it was DPR. And it is because we are responsive to the community.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Miss Engel at Lafayette Park explains that their organization has been involved with a good partnership with DPR since 1999, her 10 years, and she said something changed in the last year. What can you do to re-engage her and the organization to make them feel a part of DPR, that they're not just reacting to a plan, that they're a part of a plan and being included? And do you have insight on that particular issue?
So I do know that about 2 years ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, their Friends of Agreement expired. And I'm sure you know this. There are sometimes people who will initiate the Friends of Agreement, and those individuals may change, or the person who's in charge of may change. We also had a change. Katie Ryan Paul, who used to be the individual who was responsible for the Friends of, left the organization. And I know that one was the Friends of was not completed. We are working, I spoke with the team on closing the gap and ensuring. So Miss Engel, and forgive me, there was another individual that testified regarding Lafayette Park will be engaged, and we will continue engagement. That project is a larger project with DGS and DCPS regarding the stormwater drain, the runoff, regarding the artificial turf. The work of the upper field is about to start. I was communicating with Director Hunter on that. We also have a new Chief of Partnerships that's new to the agency, Kanisha Davey, who came over from MODA and/or the Office of Cable Television. And so I know she's working to strengthen collaboration. We currently have 26 Friends of groups, and we need more. You know, we can't do this work by ourselves.
Thank you. Absalom Jordan from Friends of Oxyron shared some of the same sentiments. No responses in regards to For Your Hope.
I think Mr. Jordan also alluded to knowing the reason I have not necessarily responded to all of his. And we can, Mr. Jordan has me and you both on a group text and text us all the time about various things. So I've been in communication with Mr. Jordan and Ms. Richardson as of late, even as recently as yesterday, regarding someone set a table on fire at Oxen Run Park. So I'll follow up with Mr. Jordan.
Thank you for that. I did have a question as relates to Ms. Keisha Odom at DC Blue Bulls. She says she's waiting to get a partnership agreement done with DPR. She's been trying to get in contact with someone. She says she's been applying for grants. And I'm familiar with their organization. There's this in Ward 8. If you can have someone to contact her.
I think so. Miss Odom actually received a grant and has been in communication as of because I asked. I'm very familiar with her work. I think she does great work, and she had just received communication on July 5th. I think she also indicated that she was asked for her insurance documents. I think that is indication that she was funded, and I think that there's an opportunity here for us to provide technical assistance, because maybe that wasn't clear to her, but I will follow with the team just to make sure. I know that all grantees will have an opportunity to come in and receive training, and we'll follow up with her.
Thank you for that. So I wanted to know from you this, even prior to your leadership, I remember when the director from Berry Farms got moved, and all these different things. And I guess from you, from under your leadership, trying to figure out what is the protocol or policy about how someone gets moved. What's the community engagement, if any, because in every instance that I've been involved in or seen, there's been little to no communication. It's almost as if this is going to be done and that's it. And we take this grunt, people feeling upset, angry about the person, but it doesn't matter to us. It's already done. It's a done deal. And I've never seen nobody brought back after it's been done. And if I haven't seen it doesn't mean it hasn't happened. And if there's been a list of names, Mr. Minion Roberts, Michael Pearson, Mark Williams, Michael Henry. I was trying to jot down some of these names. There's probably a lot of names that wasn't even mentioned in this hearing. We also heard that this breaks the continuity of the community. And even I heard Claudio Prince talk and someone else talk about, the State Board of Education rep talking about the effects it has on the kids and the relationship. I didn't really, so I guess my question is, what's the process in determining this? And is there any community engagement at all?
I absolutely love Starbucks. I probably go to Starbucks every day. You and I have met at Starbucks. The Starbucks on MLK when it was first opened. Ty, you know, Ty's a great guy, works at Starbucks. I absolutely love Starbucks. Ty did a yeoman's job opening up Starbucks in Ward 8 during the pandemic. In a community that people did not believe that it would, do well. It has thrived. In the meantime, Skyland Starbucks opened up, drive-through, bigger facility. And ultimately Ty was moved to the Skyland Starbucks. But if I go to Starbucks on MLK, I can order my same drink and I'm going to get it. And I think that is what we do at the DC Department of Parks and Recreation. We provide amenities that are not associated with an individual, but are associated with the organization. And we understand that people get attached to human capital. We love that. The people who are doing extremely well and have great programs, it is our goal for that to expand, not in one location, but throughout the city. That's how leaders are built. That's how leaders are bred. I heard Mr. Oliveri make mention of the roving leaders. Their job is to rove and lead the city. And we do move them. And it has worked well. One of the reasons it does work so well is because we can move them. I am so proud of that. I think one example, we've been having an increased issues at our swimming pools. And so young people are coming to our pools because of the heat. And the experiences have not been so nice for the constituents. And so we moved our roving leaders to some of our swimming pools this summer to help. They can identify the youth, they can de-escalate, and it has proved to be beneficial. And so we believe in using our resources in the best way that's no different from any other organization. I get it, right? We love the community. And those that are beloved in the community, we want to grow them and grow their talent as well in other parts. Sprinkle a little goodwill all over.
Thank you, Director Freeman. With all due respect, Starbucks is a little different from DPR. DPR is not a private corporation. DPR is an entity inside the government that people pay tax dollars to get a service, and it's very interactive. People taking people on retreats, raising families, going into homes, taking people in their cars, burying community members is very different than someone coming to pick up a cup of coffee. I just want to just say that, because if that's taken lightly, then we miss the context of what people are really saying, and those interactions and ties that mean a lot to people that also save lives. And the human capital is real, and it is a matter of life and death for a lot of people that can stop stuff, intervene. And you also heard the back part of it saying that people are feeling like there's no one interacting with the community because new people come in feeling like people had an affinity for the older person, maybe not knowing how to interact with the community, and there is human capital that's lost. I'm over my time for that, Director, so I'm gonna digress and go to Councilman Lewis George.
But
not
I
to-
want to speak to that though. I just want to speak to that because that hasn't been our experience.
I don't.
That hasn't been DPR's
Her time.
experience. Oh, okay. Okay.
No, I mean we can continue on here because I just think this is one of the big issues with what we're experiencing right now. And I guess, there is a saying, if it's broke, don't fix it. Don't, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Like don't break it. The roving leader system wasn't broken. It's been one of DPR's premier programs for
Correct.
years since it started.
Correct. Correct.
And it's been great. The
Correct.
activations are great. The programming is great. The impact on youth is great. No one's like sort of disputing any of the greatness of the program. The late night hypes are great. Like no one cannot say anything. A plus 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 across the board. DPR gets it. I guess just the issue is just and it's not just from the young lady who spoke about it, but we've gotten several phone calls about people being, roving leaders program, sort of there being a shift in management and then a shift in sort of the environment of the roving leaders right now. And
yeah, I'm not familiar with
it's
that.
well, it's coming from multiple people. It's not just that young lady, but multiple people are saying there's an issue here where and my thing, director, is just like, if it's an issue there, just fix it. Like we don't want
Right.
staff
Understood.
we don't want staff morale going down. We don't want to lose good people, institutional people. We want to keep having that positive impact. So I don't know what the shift was. And I don't really, and it's not really my job to get into the tea of what's happening within that program. But I think my ask really is just, can we reconsider sort of whatever is happening within roving leaders regarding poor communication, misinformation and communication, sort of whatever the rude or unprofessional behavior is that's happening? Because people are feeling like they're being moved as a retaliation versus being moved for a purpose. And we all, all of us, meaning me, you, and Trayon, have been in DC for a really long time. We grew up here. We know these people. We have these good relationships with these people. It's just like the path it's going down, it don't got to go down this way. So I'm just asking, can we do an about face within the roving leaders system and program and right size this? Because it's just troubling. It's just troubling.
I guess I don't know what you're asking, because to your point, the roving leaders situation isn't broken. We had an individual testify. So to
What
answer
I'm
your
asking
question,
is
yes.
what I've heard, not just from the individual testified, but I can say at least 6 individuals I've heard from outside of this young lady who has said that there is a communication problem within the roving leaders.
Okay.
And by communication means rudeness or disrespect, feelings of retaliation. And what I'm asking is, I'm asking for you to look into it and say, let's right size this and about face this in a positive way. Everybody who is a part of this is good people. We all know, all of us, even the leadership, right? Everybody. So there's a way to fix this. So that it doesn't impact communities, so it doesn't impact the communities that we need these roving leaders to continue to be impacting, is what I'm saying. That's my ask.
Got it.
Okay.
I hear you. I got it. We love our roving leaders, and we will make sure that they have what they need to be successful.
Okay. I appreciate it, and willing to help in any way I can. Outside of roving leaders in that situation, my question was about the splash pad situation as well. And I'm wondering if we can just have a quick fix to this. I know the opening of splash pads this year was not as smooth, but I think offices were contacted about why the splash pads didn't open as early as previous years, and then they finally opened, and some locations were open. I think daily operation was scheduled to begin on June 24th and was eventually moved up to June 15th because of the heat wave. And so we even still have times now where it seems like the splash pads aren't being open on time, where there's a maintenance issue. My ask was sort of what seems to be the issue here as far as splash pads that are offline for maintenance don't show up on the real time what's offline section of the dashboard. So for families checking the dashboard, this leads to confusion about when the splash pads are in fact open. So my ask is, one, can we make sure that the dashboard is updated with real time offline maintenance for the splash pads as a way to correct it? And then the second ask to fix this is, DPR park rangers are responsible, I think, right, for visiting and unlocking every DPR site first thing in the morning, 7 days a week, but I could be wrong, so you tell me. If so, can part of their duties be to check if splash pads are working, and if not, report that to DGS? Because I'm concerned that if DPR is not using its available resources to identify potential maintenance issues before members of the public, then we got to find out when people get to the splash pads and they're off, and then all of us are getting tweeted at, emailed at, in real time. And you experience it too, because they're adding you as well as us as the council member. So just those are my two options for fixes. Do you think those will work? If not, why not? And what's the plan to fix them?
So the spray parks they're on a timer system. And so they come on automatically. And to your point, let me just kind of intertwine. So the rangers are opening up the parks usually as early as 6 a.m. or depending on the locations. And so the splash pads come on at 10 a.m. when the rangers have completed all the opening sites. So they would not know if a splash pad is not open at 10 a.m. because of that. But they're on timers. And oftentimes, because they're isolated or not necessarily manned, we don't know until a community concern that it's down. And the moment we find out that it's down, we're dispatching, working with DGS. We have this holistic group chat, and I say holistic because it never stops, where we're dispatching and it's real-time information. We're updating the site immediately saying that this splash pad is offline, and then we've dispatched a technician. And then, and sometimes it comes back on before the technician even gets there, and we're checking to see if it was water pressure or whatever the issue was, if the timer got stuck or whatever. But we know, to your point, it's been extremely hot. So we want to make sure that they're on and constantly working.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'm wondering if we can just
can you name the ones specifically? If you can let me know the challenges that you have specifically so that I can do a deeper dive and then figure out if there's a real problem there.
Okay. I will let you know. I know Lafayette was one, but there are a few others. And I was just trying to come up with instead of just always describing a problem, I'm always trying to also come up with the solution simultaneously with you to see how we can further solve it without, so that community engagement is improved there as an overall thing. But I will get you the individual ones. But if maybe the real-time dashboard, we try to update it or even see if we can engage, even if you guys have the timers, maybe we can still engage the rangers that could help with the community engagement piece of it. The other issue is if just sort of notification, just overall notification of things like a constituent wrote me saying Tacoma Rec was closed at 6:30 the evening, and then DPR's website said it should have been opened until 8 p.m. There's been similar unannounced closures at other sites, including like Raymond Recreation Center, where the DPR posts sites, names of time, but it's closing early. And people aren't getting notifications about it. And so can you all commit to start doing notifications as soon as possible online of sudden closures during your regular operating hours?
So we use Nixle. If people sign up for our alerts, I know you do, and you'll get a Nixle anytime that there's a closure. Other than that, we don't know. No site to my knowledge, is we don't just arbitrarily close sites. There's a whole process where I'm notifying the city administrator and the mayor of a site closure because city services are necessary, especially in this heat where all of our city services are listed as cooling centers. Are cooling centers, whether they're identified as one or not. We understand that. So there should be no sites that are closing arbitrarily without notification. And if you ever have an instance of that, please call me so that we can rectify that immediately. That should not be happening.
Okay, because we got emails from Tacoma, Raymond, Banneker, and Banneker's not even in my ward. And so I was just trying to come up with a way to deal with the closures when they're early and people are emailing us about it. Lastly, before this is my last round ending up, Councilmember White spoke about this with the Lafayette Field situation. But I think that goes to a greater conversation of just community projects. I think there was a shift in policy, and I can understand an instance why some of it shifted, where prior to design phase, there were like 3 community meetings, and then the 3 community meetings then informed the design phase. And then during the design phase, a design was presented to the community. And I think there was, after that, one more opportunity for community to weigh in. I don't know if you all just shifted that policy, but that seemed to be a policy that worked. But now we're seeing in instances like Lafayette, for example, both the field and the upper level, where there were no 3 meetings prior to design. And then even after design, there was no after meeting. So I guess my question is, was the using Lafayette as an example, is the engagement no longer the engagement process moving forward for all DPR projects, or was this a situation where Lafayette was just completely ignored out of it, of that process?
Yeah, I think so. To your point, we do similarly have the community engagement pre-design, then after design, the presentation, community comment period. I can't speak. I don't know what happened. And I'll have to look at this. I know DCPS, DGS, and DPR, because of the complexities of Lafayette. So I can't really speak to that. There's an opportunity for us to do something different, and I'll work with my partners to try to figure it out so that we'll have improved relations and communications going forward.
Okay. And as design is going down for the soil erosion right now, you heard in this hearing some of the community feedback already of potential problems that might happen. My hope is that that can be taken back to the project team and considered as this project is moving forward.
No worries. I'm pretty certain we'll have another meeting with the committee. I know that there was a meeting in March, and typically we do meetings quarterly. So that was that, they should have a meeting coming up soon that hopefully will alleviate some of their concerns.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chairman White. And Director Freeman, we have a good relationship. You're always responsive with me. I don't want you to take this as any situation. I just want to see the improvements where we can make the improvements. I know you all run do great work in our community. But this is the oversight work we have to do. So my hopes is what you heard back, the feedback today, that you will follow up on them and right size some of the situations that we have happening so community can feel responded to, commissioners, friends of, and everyone. So thank you again, and thank you to your team.
Thank you. We see that, and we appreciate you. And we're, the asks are not unreasonable. And we will ensure that we follow up appropriately.
Thank you. So Parker, I think it's on you.
Yep, it looks like Councilmember White may have fell off, but I'll just jump in. I may not need to even take up a whole round, but I just wanted to pick up where things seem to leave off, Director. A through line that I'm hearing and I hear from residents is around communication. And so it sounds like you've heard that message loud and clear. I know Ward 5 had a protest to a staff relocation. I know DPR has a policy where you don't talk about them publicly. And so it seems like other communities are kind of experiencing a similar thing. I can say for us, things, the sky didn't fall, life goes on, people are still satisfied at Trinidad Rec. But one thing I wish we could have done differently is that communication piece. And so I'm hoping that as one of the takeaways, even as you may still decide to move people around, how can we better communicate or get in front of the concerns from the community, which I appreciate is difficult, because if you can't quite share personnel decisions, people are not going to be satisfied with that. But just throwing that out there, in my 2 cents. I wanted to come to two other quick things really quickly. One was about pool guidelines, and I know this came up somewhat earlier, but in Ward 5 at Harry Thomas Rec and Langdon Pool in particular, there seems to be just discrepancy around the food policy by the pool. And frankly, what I've heard
There's
from
no
some
food.
residents. Say it again?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize my mic was on.
No, it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, it should be no food. But what I hear from some residents is that some neighbors are able to bring food and snacks, and then some other neighbors are harassed. And that's the language that residents are sharing. And then frankly, in a community like Eckington at the Harry Thomas Rec, some neighbors have even suggested that is, Black neighbors tend to be harassed and their bags are being searched for food, while some of our white neighbors their children are able to eat snacks. So can you just clarify what is the policy regarding food and how you all communicate that out to residents?
As a jurisdiction that does not have a cost recovery model, meaning that our pools are free for DC residents, unlike other jurisdictions, neighboring jurisdictions, our neighbors love our amenities and they plan and make a day of it, right? And make it a day of it means sometimes I bring a picnic basket or a book bag with snacks and food for the children to eat, or I bring bottled beer or a glass of liquor, which are all things that have occurred, unfortunately, at our pools. So we have a standard no food policy, especially on the pool deck. And we do ask patrons to leave the pool deck, to leave the pool area. There's safety concerns, glass bottle getting in the pool, someone getting cut, or just, even with the food debris, it's a lot. We have seasonal staff at our pools. Some of them work for us year after year, and some of them are new. Our lifeguards or our pool staff are average age 22, some of them as young as 16. And I think sometimes what I'm hearing is that there could just be a different approach with communication and customer service. We hear that, but there's a no food policy at the pool.
No food policy, and that includes snacks as well. So there shouldn't even be, for instance, goldfish on the pool deck.
Correct.
Okay. And then I wanted to come to maintenance. This is not squarely with you all as you're having to work with DGS, but one of the biggest complaints I hear in Ward 5 is just around our aging rec centers. I still say and would defend that I believe Ward 5 has the best facilities across the city. And Councilmember White is looking, but best facilities across the city. But at the same time, if I'm thinking of a facility like Turkey Thicket, which is one of our older centers that needs a lot of repairs and receives a lot of repairs, I also hear a lot of complaints from neighbors. Well, this is broken. It was fixed the next week and then it's broken again. How is DPR communicating out maintenance needs and or requests to patrons? And or how can we better partner the council and DPR to get those messages out? Because neighbors know the requests are being made. They are not always clear when it's going to be completed or what the lag time might be for behind some of the repairs.
That's a great question. I know DGS has a new work order system, and Director Hunter and his team are working to close out those work orders. Our constituents have gotten really, really, really they're really smart, and they have figured out how to put in work order numbers themselves or the 311 request. So you may see about 16 requests for a toilet seat. And, you know, we're working with DGS to ensure that those, and I guess those, when a work order is complete, to let them know that it has been repaired and taken and looking into.
Okay. If I can, in the spirit of Councilmember Louis George, just throw out a suggestion, and I'm happy as the office to help with this. If it's a monthly bulletin, bi-weekly bulletin, just giving people an update, the pool is not operable, or the splash pad is not working, or this locker room, because sometimes what we hear is people have trekked across town thinking they're about to go for a swim only to find out that that day it's not working or the hot tub is not working. And that's not necessarily something DPR can control, given that you happen to work across government, but it's still a frustration for neighbors. I will end on just a note of appreciation of the many requests and hours that are going into just maintaining our rec facilities over the summertime. I remember having a conversation with you, Director, saying, like, when the pool is open, this is our Super Bowl. And for the most part, the summer has gone off without a hitch, at least in Ward 5. And I don't think that happens by accident. And so I hope you could take some of the criticisms you heard today and, you know, in stride, figuring out how we can continue operating a world-class DPR agency while also improving in ways residents are asking us to. But I want to thank you.
Thank you. We received that. It is, and again, our constituent concerns are very important to the agency. They're accountability partners, and so we want to make sure that we serve them maximally. So we appreciate feedback is a gift. All of your concerns have been noted. I am sitting in a room full of people who are taking them and will respond to them appropriately. So thank you.
Thank you. I want to apologize. My entire computer just crashed, so I'll be sending a DPR bill for a new MacBook. Thank you, Director. We were talking about community engagement, and I guess my question I'm trying to understand is, does DPR communicate to the community? If so, if there's a change in staff in that community, and if so, how?
So we do not communicate change in staffing. We don't communicate personnel issues or staffing changes. So no, we do not communicate that to the public. And I wasn't making light of the Starbucks analogy. I was just using it as residents come to DPR for a service, and we have an obligation to provide that service and that amenity. And that service and or amenity should happen, will happen, regardless of the staff persons. And so that is the point of that. So I want our residents to rest assured. Councilmember Parker named a staff member and then indicated how the community and their services are operating well. And that's the goal. The goal is to never take anything from the community, but to build upon and increase. And we will do that.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I understand your perspective as a director and trying to keep the agency going. And I do understand that there are certain gems, GM, in certain communities that are not as easily replaceable, you know, and you don't get the same productivity. And it's a certain level, if someone been somewhere for 26 years, while one person sees somebody get complacent or non-compliant, the other person may see it as that's institutional knowledge. So who's who, who's related to who, who's if somebody threw a rock at the wreck, I know who kid that was. I know where his mother lived at because she grew up in the wreck. I need to go around and knock on her door. Those things are intangible and critical to success of a strong and vibrant community, and also is a public safety issue. I heard Miss Laura Finizzi, and I might mess up her name now, say that there was no community engagement in Ward 4 at something she was trying. I mean, these are reoccurring themes. And I was in other hearings where they said there was a lot of community. Somebody said it was 8 meetings. And so I don't know. Part of what I'm asking you is the policy and procedures that DPR is following or should adhere to, so it won't be a hit and miss in various communities about communication. I can keep going. You spoke about you said no to the fact that there's nothing when it comes to personnel. How does DPR communicate with significant changes to programming, facility hours, and other important issues such as these to the greater community?
So we use, so we have what's called a localized listserv, and we have what's a broader listserv. So for example, if you sign up for alerts, you can determine which recreation centers you want to hear about, or you can sign up just to receive everything in our inventory. You can sign up just to receive alerts about aquatics. So we communicate through Nixle, Twitter, social media. We also do the robocalls, especially significant things about closures when the community is affected. Our partners at DC Water may send someone from their street team out and give us a blue notice that says that Tacoma will be shut off tomorrow for emergency water. In an instance like that, we have to send a short notice to the community. And I know that it's frustrating because people have planned to visit the centers or did not get the notice. Those situations have happened even in the communities where there's an emergency. I know on election day in Ward 7, Deanwood lost power due to something in the area, and we had to shut the site down. And that was a huge inconvenience to the voters who were coming to Deanwood. However, unbeknownst to us, there was a Pepco issue. So there are situations like that that arise unexpectedly. And to your point, because the recreation centers are a big part of the community, I think sometimes communities, the message doesn't get to the community that the facility has been closed. And so we're always working to do that. I myself, when I visit, I'm always looking for signage to make sure that the signage aligns with our operating hours, that there are no paper signs, that there are no handwritten signs, that they're all coming from our communications department that indicate exactly what we're doing, so that the public can know.
Thank you. And does DPR staff have any process where they have to go out in the community outside of the rec to knock on doors, put flyers down, anything like that?
Mm-hmm. Yes. So our community engagement team does that. And we do it in our, so we have an octo map that shows where the technology deserts are in the community. For example, Fairby Hope. This is a great example. We will do, we still make paper flyers for our Fairby Hope constituents, and we go door to door in the communities across the street to give notification of what's happening in the community, because we know that that community doesn't have the same population of computers and Wi-Fi and internet access in the homes as some of the other ones. And then with our seniors as well, we know that our seniors are not always on Twitter, Instagram, and all the other social media outlets. And so we're intentional about making sure that we communicate with our seniors through our partners at DACO under Director Hines. as well, to make sure that we're not missing our communication change. And even for our adaptive and therapeutic, we're using our partners, whether it's Washington Hospital Center or some of our other therapeutic services, so that we can make sure that the constituents who rely on our resources through adaptive play and therapeutic are getting the message that whatever changes have been made to programming.
Thank you. On a notion of Furby Hope, and we just use a Furby Hope as an example, but I want to ask you, one, how does community give DPR feedback on what programs they want to see happen at the particular rec and or recreational space? And two, when was the last time this happened at Furby Hope?
So I think that's a great question. I think Fairview Hope is a great example of community engagement. As you know, the facility was built, and at the time that construction, the 3 partner spaces were designed and the partners have been identified: training ground, Nats Academy, and a mental health resource was going in those 3 spaces. And then the community's leadership changed. The community had a different ANC. Commissioner Bryant, there were additional voices who felt like their voices weren't heard in the previous commission, and you and I spoke. We met with the community, and they required or requested a box for that facility to go back to the boxing. You initially gave $250,000 for a study, a feasibility study, and then the mayor ended up putting the rest of the money, which makes it whole as $1 million, to have a boxing gym. That is what community engagement looks like. And so we heard the community. The community said, this is what we want. We no longer want this. We want a boxing gym. And so we're excited about that coming. It is in the design phase, and the community will have the boxing gym that they asked for.
Thank you. And how is this done? And you know, originally the boxing gym was in the original contract, but nonetheless, how often does this happen inside the recreation centers to ask the community what they want to see happen? Is there a survey? Is there a community meeting? Is there a robocall? How is the community giving engagement about what programs they want to see happen inside the facility?
So we do have the QR codes at the recreation centers, and asking, and we're taking programs offline. So we're looking at programming and what's happening and what's not happening. I will use Bald Eagle as an example. Since 2022, Bald Eagle has had a 200% decrease in programs to young Black males. That's a problem. That is absolutely a problem. We have not had a basketball team or a football team at Bald Eagle in the last 2 years. And there's an increase in the youth girls sports. So there's an increase in gymnastics and cheerleading and dance. There's a spin class, a yoga class. The seniors are thriving. The males, if they're not going to the boxing, they're not coming inside the recreation center. And so there's an opportunity here. And this is what the data is telling us. And so we're going to fix that. We're going to correct that, because we know that that is what we need to provide a safe space for males. We implemented the Young Men Future Leaders program, and we're intentional about bringing that to the community so that we can not just serve our young men, but follow them and understand and asking them what do they want. I'll use Raymond Recreation Center as an example. Raymond was a community where we were having an uptick in violence and incidents. And so we are able to partner with the community. There's now an esports lounge there. So there's an active teen program at Raymond. The Supreme teams and our teams are, active and engaged in the process. The same thing at Turkey Thicket and at Deanwood. And so we want to hear from young people, especially what they want. As you know, communities are changing. And as communities are changing, the amenities or what the needs of the community are changing as well.
Yeah, thank you. And just to the issue of Bald Eagle and young men there. There was I was coaching during the time Bald Eagle had a football program. One of the coaches who was coaching there passed away. In fact, 13 of those kids on his team came on my team. He won a state championship that year when I coached down FBR. now Southeast Tar Heels. And so there are other circumstances that come into play when it comes, as you know, you see it on a different level. All you have to please seniors, different ethnicities, different types of groups, pets. It's hard to please everybody. I guess my concern is about systems put in place and having the right people in the right spaces to do those, because you can have a team, but it's different when you take LeBron James off a team and then the crowd go down. No one's coming to the game. I.e., the Washington Wizards. I don't know who the star player is. I just asked Ted Leonsis this 3 months ago. Who is the star player on this team? And we don't have one. They say Poole. No one's coming to see Poole. So I told him we need to get another star player on this team because they suck. Anyway,
but you don't like my Starbucks analogy. I'm so confused.
Yeah, Starbucks is a private corporation that specializes in making money. Their bottom line is to sell a product to make money. The government is ran by the community. It's owned by we work for the community. Me, you, and everyone else that's employed there, we work for the community. That's not the case with Starbucks. Starbucks is a corporate. Wow,
I got you. I got
get what
you.
I get what you're trying to say,
I got you. I got you.
Yeah.
I got you.
And just want to make sure we are, because I get it as a council member. People say I didn't respond or my staff didn't respond, and I have to try to figure out who was the breakdown, who didn't respond. If it happens to, it's not isolated to Director Freeman or DPR. And you're in a servant leadership position, we miss the mark sometimes, and it's only coming upon us to try to figure out what are those things in place to make sure we build different systems. Like I told my staff last Monday, we are going on Facebook because a lot of people are saying that they reach me or reach somebody. Well, we have on Facebook, we're gonna know who responded, when they responded, and we have a new system in place to track it. So it's not unique with DPR, but in order to get to a solution, you have to acknowledge the problem. And there are different problems that exist. And I feel like that's how we got to where we are as a city with public safety and crime. For 7 years, we said crime was down, or even I'm hearing it now, or crime was down 22%. The moment we start saying that, we neglect and negate the fact that this is happening over here, because we had 10 less shootings than we had this time last year. No, we got to stay on it and stay, stay on what the actual problem is so we can fix it. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Last question, Director. I hope it's the last question. I'm not say that. What performance metrics does DPR use to evaluate success of its community engagement efforts?
So our program, so again, as we professionalize play, we just recently went through our CAPR standards. So we're implementing in our programs pre and post test. So I'll use something as simple as youth basketball. And so if you're doing 6U basketball, there should be a pre and post test for basketball. One may say, well, what does that look like and how? Whether or not you can kind of give a consensus of whether a 6-year-old can dribble a basketball, whether they know the 3 different types of passes, whether they know the rules. And then once the season completes, you can test them on those same things. And so we want to, as we professionalize play, we're introducing the CAPR standards in all of our programming. And we believe that will yield success and determine whether or not it's successful. And if there are staff members who are and we're coaching our staff through some things, because as you said, there are people who've been at DPR. We have, I think the average tenure is about 23 years for our staff members who've been on the job. What was DPR 23 years ago is not DPR today. And so how do we ensure that we're keeping up with the times, that we're ensuring that we're serving at a maximum level and maximizing capacity at all of our programs? So we use varying metrics to determine whether or not it's successful. And then with our employees, of course, the DPM, the CBA, collective bargaining agreement, they're evaluated mid-year reviews, and the close of their performance evaluations, which is centered upon programming that they lead, how successful those programs are, And then we also have feedback. We do surveys. So after you're registered for a program, we send out how was your experience to all of the registrants of our programs through our community engagement efforts, through our capital design, our various, the roving leaders engagement, our youth summits, and our senior events. I think some of the success of our events is demonstrated in the fact that they're growing and continuing to grow. And in areas where they're not, we're looking at programs and taking them offline to figure out how we can improve them.
Thank you. I think you spoke a lot about programming and staff. I guess I was looking for like more so like community engagement around accessing quality control and services. And I know you spoke to some of that earlier, but I go past that. I did want to say, I see other members are gone. In closing, Director, it is our hope that we have create a government that has some sensitivity to community concerns. And I know you do. I know you care about the district. I know you care about the community and DPR. Even prior to you coming to DPR, when I heard Mr. Jordan saying that he was trying to reach him, like, that's strange. I know I talked to Director Freeman a lot, and I am the chair of the committee, so I get that. But even prior to that, you've been responsive, and we'll also want to have some empathy and thought to how we can listen and hear from not just the community but also the staff. And I hear the good, the bad, and the in between in my role in this position and others, not just with this agency, other agencies like DYRS or other agencies. I hate to single people out, but yeah. And I think that sometimes we don't all hit all these things all the time. And I think that that's the purpose of this, to try to figure out what are some of the gaps and try to close some of those gaps. But we have to acknowledge that those gaps exist. Thank you, Director, and your team, and the staff at DPR that do a remarkable job each and every day holding down the fort. And I always say this, even when I worked at DPR, most of us that work DPR don't make $100,000, but we on the front line serving day in that sun. And that most of my work was in that sun, baby. So I know how it is, and it's just a spirit of love and happiness that we give to residents that, as you mentioned, got some of the highest ratings. And so we want to keep that going and keep those smiles on those faces and those places that make people happy and want to be a part of DC. So I want to thank you, Director. Any last comments?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for our an opportunity to provide a midsummer review. I know the title of this was Community Concerns, and so I knew that we would hear from the community in which ways and areas of their concern. And we thank those who took the time to express their concerns. We thank those who took the time to express their delight with the agency. We are striving. To the staff, I'm truly excited about our staff and the direction in which we're going. The only thing that is constant is change, and I know that it is hard sometimes in beloved places, but I promise you we are changing for the better. We're going to get better. No, we're not perfect. We just want to make sure that we make a significant impact, because to your point, there's data that we look at, but you can never qualify a person. And so the agency has the heart for the people and the heart of the people. And we don't take that for granted, nor do we take it lightly. So I appreciate you, your concern, your beloved agency. And I thank you. I do want to thank the DPR staff who's working tirelessly, nonstop to provide services to the residents in the sun. Working to clean up after our 4th of July, still 4th of July, so that our babies who walk into camps can do so in a clean space. Thank you to DGS and our partners, and to the team leadership at DPR. So thank you. And thank you to the council members who joined today as well.
Thank you. Final note to this hearing: if anyone cannot testify, would like to submit a written testimony to be included in the official record You can find the hearing on the hearings page on the DC Council website. That's dccouncil.gov. You're going to hit the button Submit Testimony at the top right-hand corner. The official record will close on July the 24th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. With no other business before this committee, it is now 4:56 p.m. and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.